Excuse me, this is a regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, Thursday, May 12, 2020, at 5:30 p.m. And it will be continued until all items are complete. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or turn them off, but throw them out the door. We appreciate it. We'd like to now have the mayor lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'd also have a moment of silence for our first responders and veterans.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I probably should have said we should also keep in our prayers some of the folks that are over in Ukraine and some of the other places that are so unfortunate to be experiencing the things they have, and to be so blessed in this country to not have to experience that. Okay, Mayor, we have some proclamations tonight.
Yes. Tonight, instead of having a proclamation or an award, we are having a gratitude of thank you. We have a guest here, if you'd like to come up. This is Frank Constantino. He was asked to be at the blessing of Big Blue. He is with the Color Guard Commander from the Knights of Columbus, and a little bit of background history on him. He is a local author and collector, and also a gold, silver, and bronze medalist from the Florida Authors and Publishers Association, and he has donated several of his books to the Flagler Beach Library. So we wanted to just thank him and give him just a couple minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chairman and Commission, thank you for having me here. I'd like to call our librarian, Melissa, up. Melissa, this is an official letter donating two copies of my book to the library. This book is in 2 volumes. It took us 19 years to write this book, and the photographs in this book were done by local Flagler Beach photographer Joe Zaire. Joe and I spent 2.5 years producing the pictures for these books. So I'd like to officially present you with that. And the other copy is here. I had brought with me a couple of pieces of the glass that are shown in these books from my 50-year collection. And for those of you, we all know about the new glass machine, Blue. Just recently, within the last about 10 years, some archaeologists have discovered that medieval Africans had a unique process for purifying gold using broken glass. So that article is here. And I enjoy having that.
Thank you so very much.
Come forward and get a photo here.
I thought the fight was maybe a
All right. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I will count this.
Okay, is that all we have, Mayor? Okay. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the public comments regarding items not on our agenda.
Sir, you skipped item 4.
Did I skip 4? Oh,
Yes, item 4, and
I
I do
did.
have some changes.
deletions and changes to the agenda.
Yes, sir, I'd ask that you remove item 6. I don't have those minutes prepared for you.
Okay.
And I'd also ask that item 12, that you do offer a motion to table this to the May 26th meeting. Attorney Dennis Bear requested to be present for first and second reading, and he is not available tonight. If you make the motion to table it, I won't have to bill him for another advertising charge of $2,800.
But that's when we get there. You don't have to do that now.
Okay, good. Okay, any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Okay, we'll move on to public comments regarding items not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak, however, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. A 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on this item, not on the agenda, and each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak on an item and to address the chair and the appropriate opportunity to speak. No time can be allocated to another person, so if anyone would like to speak at this time, please come forward, give us your name and your address.
Hello, Mayor, Chair, Commission. I just come to introduce myself. My name is Lance Allred. I'm a school board candidate for District 2. And even though I will not be representing Flagler Beach, I just wanted to let you and your constituents know that I have an open door policy, and that any criticisms or critiques or proclamations that anyone would want to make, I would more than be happy to listen and do my best to help. It is a Flagler County election, and so I feel that I need to represent the county as well. A little bit about me. I'm originally from Palatka, Florida. So I've been coming here a long time, back when the only two things that were here were Frida Zumba Surf Shop and Martin's. My mother and father are both retired teachers. My wife is a teacher. I've been married over 20 years. I'm a business owner, have a business here locally. And during the recession, I did 6 tours in Afghanistan with the Department of Defense as a contractor overseeing off-base construction in northern and western Afghanistan. I have 2 typical troublemaking teenage daughters that are in our school system, and one, my youngest daughter, is playing in the Little League Championship tonight. She's pitching, and I would like to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I have to give her the signal for the changeup. So I thank the board for their time, and y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, sir, and good luck. Do we have anyone else like to address the board? Public comment.
Rick Belhumor, Flagler Beach. Just have a few questions. One is that better? All right, Penny. Is there any new news on the last holdout as far as dune easements? Land Development Code rewrite. We've been waiting on that for some time. Is there any timeline on how that's going to proceed on? Post and rope's been in our budget for 2 years now, and nothing's been done. We're reaching the height of our summer season, and that's when people get crazy with how they park. So I heard something about having to get DEP approval, but I know that back when this was first talked about and Larry was our city manager, he had approached District 5 and gotten permission to put post and rope within the right-of-way, which wouldn't require anything from DEP, or at least I don't believe so. So just curious if we're going to gear up and get started on that, or some other way of keeping people from driving on these dunes. And another question I never got an answer to, I've asked a couple of times. about the North 18th Street walkover that has the added benches on it. 17th, sorry. Thank you, Penny. I know that back when all our walkovers were destroyed and the city started replacing them, people were asking if they could get benches put on their walkovers at their streets. And Larry Newsom tried desperately to get permission from FDEP to do that, and he just got an emphatic no. So just wondering how that was accomplished. That's it for tonight.
Okay, thank you. We'll address all the questions once all the speakers are finished. Okay,
Hi.
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Just need your name and address.
Oh, sure. Daniel Scollin, what's our address? 1535 South Central. Just wondering if this right-of-way ordinance proposal is going to be talked about. I thought we were going to talk about that in today's meeting. About gaining more right-of-way, about the city taking more right-of-way for whatever purposes we don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll address your questions once you've finished.
Okay, so just ask the questions I have about the right-of-way access. Mm-hmm. There are a few of them. I was just wondering, what are the plans for this right-of-way gain that you guys are asking for? What are the purposes for the right-of-way gains? And was wondering if we can, I want to put this on the ballot instead of, having it decided upon here.
Can I jump in? Because
Sure.
there's a fundamental misunderstanding that he's, and if we could stop his time, because the city is not taking any additional right-of-way. The ordinance, and it was adopted last meeting, it simply says that in the right-of-way that already exists, it controls whether, it basically requires a license to put anything in the right-of-way. No extra right-of-way is being taken.
None.
It's
Where-
right-of-way that already exists.
Where is this proposal?
It's citywide.
No, I mean, where is the actual proposal, the paper that, the ordinance? Was
The
published?
clerk will have it.
Okay,
We'll get you a copy of it.
okay. And then what's the, I guess, what's the MO here? What are you trying to do? Just to-
Primarily public safety. So there's the road, and the right-of-way is from beyond the road to beyond the road, right? Everything within that is the right-of-way.
Right.
The existing right-of-way that existed 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that hasn't changed. The right-of-way line is exactly where
Back
it is.
of right away, right?
Correct. It's where the right-of-way is. On any given road, it's where that right-of-way is. That has not moved.
Okay.
But if you're putting things in there that are causing a safety issue, the city is going to say you have to remove it. In order to
Oh, you mean, so personally, property owners putting something in the right of way?
in the city's right-of-way.
So that's what
correct.
you're addressing on this right
That's
of
what
way?
that ordinance was addressing.
So what is this proposal? I mean, there was some talk that they were trying to gain.
That's why I
right-of-way.
jumped in, because talk and what they do sometimes aren't the same thing. And
Okay.
they were not taking any additional right-of-way. The city has taken no additional right-of-way. It was just enforcing the right-of-way that currently exists.
I got you. Okay. Well, I do have another additional question concerning the right of way. Do you guys are there contracts coming forward from SOA to put fiber in the ground?
We'll ask that.
When we can add to the list, we'll answer it when it gets.
We'll answer your questions when you're done.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and just, and if there are, just curious what the end goal for that is.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, one of the other things we'll do is we'll get the clerk to give you a copy of a diagram that shows what the right-of-way is and what your property is. We had that distributed at I think it's maybe 2 meetings ago. So that would be very helpful, I think, of you to see that, because it defines what the right-of-way is and what your personal property is and what it's actually used for.
Right, okay.
Okay? Any other comments?
Hello. My name's Ken Stiles. I live on 2729 South John Bull Street. Last Saturday, we went to go up to the beach and bring our golf cart up there, and we found out there were no parking signs put on 27th Street, South 27th Street. They haven't been there before, and then as far as I could see, that was the only street that had these stop signs, and we just wanted to know why they were put there, and are they going to stay there?
Okay, we'll be addressing that also.
Hi, Tammy Gray, 2707 Annette Street. I'm concerned. I've lived here in Flagler Beach for over 27 years. And same thing, I came home last Friday and saw these two no parking signs up on the corner. I know the resident there has been advocating for them. There is another house, I think it's 27 South, that also has a no parking sign up by the stop sign. 22nd? Yeah, 22nd. And so I don't know if this is going to be like a pattern, because it is discriminatory that you're just putting them at certain streets. When you drive around anywhere up here in the city, there is parking right up next to the stop signs. Also,
we will be going into a discussion on that in a little bit.
Okay, because also we received something from the chief of police stating that the parking was 8 feet from an intersection stop sign and 6 feet from a fire hydrant. Now, the residents down there were told it was 30 feet.
Okay, we have a copy of the law here that the police chief also brought, so we be happy to share that.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Dan McKinley. I live at 2700 Annette Street at the south end. And following up on what Tammy was just saying, when we were driving down here, the city is encouraging parking up to the stop signs by having the pavers up to the stop signs in this business district. But down where we're at, we're being told we have to stay back a certain distance. Supposedly it's for safety. But I don't feel that A1A is any less safe than any other street around here. You're supposed to pull up to the stop sign, the white line, stop, and then proceed with caution. There's no mention about speed limits or anything, whether it's two-way street or a one-way street. So we don't feel that that is a safety issue. It's more like a somebody's being given property taken away from the neighbors of using that area just for their gain on that house. Again, that house is parallel to 27th Street. The address is 2700 Ocean Shore Boulevard. That means that his front door, his front of his house, his address is 2700 Ocean Shore. His front is not central. That is not his backyard. So by technicality, he is running a 6-foot fence all the way down his front yard, which none of us are allowed to do that if we live on a corner, and I happen to live on a corner, and I was told that 4 months ago when I went to get a permit. I didn't get the permit. I just wanted some clarification, and that was actually before this whole thing got stirred up. But his front door is Central Avenue, but his actual front address is 2700 Ocean Shore Boulevard. So that 6-foot fence there is technically going up his front yard, which we are not allowed to do. No one else is allowed to do that either. As a somewhat casual reference, a lot of times we go by the telephone poles as marking the right-of-ways. They're right on the edge typically, or close to it. It's not a survey, we just use it as a general guideline around the neighborhood, just look and see what's going on. Well, all these sea grapes, which anybody has had sea grapes in the yard knows how big they can get. When they grow, they're going to hugely encroach into that parking and make it difficult for people parking their cars there. So we would like some consistency, because we feel like a lot of favoritism favoritism is being given to one homeowner. And I'm sure it's to ensure that they don't have to look at cars parked next to their house. But they have a whole highway going by with thousands of cars going by every day. So a half a dozen cars parked next door to him on that right of way is truly no big deal. And if he wants to see grapes, he can plant them on the inside of the fence on his side so they don't encroach on the right of way that the people are using. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Patty Holloway, 2676 South Central Avenue. I've lived here over 30-some years, and there's never been any stop signs, or no parking signs, rather, on 27th Street. I live on a corner also. It looks like it's setting a precedence that we can all just put up no parking signs on our right-of-way, and...
Well, I'll correct you right now. That was not put up by anyone, by a citizen. It was put up by the police department.
Right.
And we'll address that in a few minutes of why it was put up in the law that's guiding it.
Okay, and we've also been getting different measurements. The police department's saying one measurement as to how far you can be back from a stop sign and the fire hydrant, and the statutes are saying another measurement. So it's very confusing. It's like not everybody's on the same page. He also has a fence that's solid that goes right to like the sidewalk. You cannot see around it. It's very difficult and blocks because there are people walking by on A1A, bicyclists, and it's hard to see around. So it's a safety issue as well.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Caldero. I live at 301 Connecticut Avenue. A couple weeks ago, President Biden had mentioned that the United States was going to be facing food shortages, and I'm coming here to ask you to overturn the ordinance on citizens of Flagler Beach to keep chickens. With the price of inflation going up, I think that we as a city need to get our act together and start getting prepared to what is to come. We just had a father go to 5 different stores and he couldn't find formula for his child. So I'm just asking, let us do what we need to do. I would like to do this, in a good way, because I really think it's important that we're able to feed ourselves. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angela Smith. I've been I'm on Joy Street, and I've lived here for a year. I love it, so thank you for everything you've done to this point. But my question is, I have seen from the very beginning of me living here, and I have very little knowledge of this environment. I've only lived here 1 year, and I absolutely love it. But why are we agreeing to a 100-room hotel with 83 parking spots when we already know we have a parking crisis long before I got here, as well as the traffic flow issue? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board here, and we'll address some of the questions that we have. Mr. City Manager, do you want to jump on the first one here for the, Mr. Bellhammer talked about the easement, LDC, and post and ropes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the first one was what?
The easement.
The holdouts on the beach.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, beach holdouts.
Yeah. Look, we have no comment on that. That's being handled by the county attorney, and under his advice, he's handling the situation. We talk to him constantly, and I just have no further public comment on it.
Okay, LDC. I know where
the land development code is being rewritten, but the problem is we have one part-time planner. He has to handle all the day-to-day activities and work on the code. So again, we've assigned staff to assist him, and he's working on it, but it is a very, very thick document. It's very complex, He's going back over all the comments from the workshops. And I can assure you, just because there's silence doesn't mean that the work isn't getting done. And when he's ready, he'll be ready.
Ongoing process.
Yep.
Okay, post and ropes, I know we talked about that. It's necessary and
Look,
it's ongoing.
it's one of those things that is on the to-do list. And if the commission wants to make it number one, fine. But I've got a lot of other things going on, and we have talked about it, and we are serious about following up. And yes, we would work in the FDOT right-of-way, and that doesn't require DEP approval as long as you're not in the dunes. But there are places where it's appropriate, and there's places where it's not. And so we just got a lot more homework to do on it, and it's on the to-do list.
Okay, and the last one that Ms. Bellinger talked about was the dune walkover on 17th Street, and talking about possibly the benches on it, but I know that the DEP and others have been very adamant about not adding any more benches and all to nothing that wasn't there before.
Yeah, and again, that one has to be, I'll just stand up and take responsibility for that. If somebody wants to get, blamed or point the finger at, I was the person that said, hey, we're not expanding the footprint on that dune walkover. We had a citizen complain. Where's my bench? Where's my bench? Where's my bench? And in a moment of weakness, not understanding DEP's attitude about this, we tried hanging it from within the existing framework, not adding any more to the impact to the dune. But I understand even that is frowned upon and illegal from DEP, so it's going to be removed.
Okay, I'm going to jump down to, because I know there's a lot of questions on the 27th Street. The chickens are poultry within the city. I know there's an ordinance that has to do with that. It would require a change in ordinance, I'm assuming. Correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, so in order to have, I guess it'd be farm animals or non-domestic type of animals that which chickens would be considered, it would have to go before the board. It'd have to be a something that the entire board would have to change on the ordinance itself. I haven't looked at it, but not just on the part on animals. I know that there's provisions in it which says those kinds of animals are not allowed. In light of some of the things that are changing with the city, I guess we'd have to have more than just one individual coming forward to say they'd want to have those kinds of things for it to be entertained. They wouldn't survive in my neighborhood anyway. I got fox and...
So I have a question. So if we wanted to relook at this ordinance, can I request that if you put on an agenda, as an agenda item? I think it's something worth doing.
Would you like, I can provide you some sample ordinances, other jurisdictions that have allowed the home keeping of chickens, and just so you can survey that. I can distribute that to the city clerk tomorrow even. I can get those done and out to all of you if you'd like to
that'd be great.
have that for background.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see here. The hotel, I'll just address that. There's, the thing is, the hotel has been approved, and the builder, owner, they are moving forward with the hotel, and I would anticipate within the next 4 to 6 months they'll probably break ground. So that's it's already done, it's gone, and we're getting a 100-room hotel, and we do have adequate parking because some of it is within the space of the hotel itself. I spoke to the hotel owner, or proposed hotel owner, just a week ago, and there was, he said there was a lot of concern. He read social media about the parking with the 100-room hotel, and he said, I would be elated if I was going to have 100% capacity where all 100 rooms were occupied at one time, but that's never the condition. He owns about 8 hotels, so I think he has a pretty good idea of what the traffic would be like, even during a heavy visitation time here in the city. We're going to go back. Do you want to address the 27th Street now? I know we had some time in here where we're going to talk about that, or we can discuss it now. We do have the building officials here. We have the police chief here that wants to talk about the legalities of it. He brought in some copies of the law and where it applies.
And on that point, just because there's a confusion, and I can clear up the confusion, then I'll lean back like I normally do and listen probably for the most of it. But where there's the 30 feet versus 8 feet, I heard some confusion there. State law is 30 feet on the approach to a stop sign, which is the one lane facing the stop sign. local codes can be more strict and provide things that state law may not, which is where your 8 feet from intersection comes into play. That's what that is. 8 feet from intersection means the other 3 areas that are coming up to that intersection. The approach to stop sign is the 30 feet back, and that applies to every street from the stop sign when you're on the road. I know the parking out here, when it's off-street parking, that's a different story. But if it's on-street parking, 30 feet on the approach to a stop sign. But if you're coming opposite the stop sign, so your rear view mirror is facing the stop sign, you still can't park 8 feet from that stop sign on the opposite side of the road from the stop sign, not in the approach to the stop sign, or if you're on the cross street. So I just wanted to clear up that confusion. We're talking 2 different things. We're talking the intersection itself, every lane 8 feet from the intersection. Approach to stop sign, state law is 30 feet.
But that's assuming it's on-street parking, which is not. This is off-street.
If you're off-street parking,
It's in right-of-way, it's right-of-way.
and so are the parking areas, but you have the difference that I see is you have designated parking, paved parking off the street.
Here.
No. The pavers were mentioned. I mean, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I was envisioning was being spoken about. So you actually you're off of the travel portion of the road, so you have a designated parking area that's off the street as opposed to pulling off on the grass within the right-of-way.
All right, but what they're talking about is a side street south. It doesn't look like this at all. It's just a grassy, or what used to be grassy, right-of-way.
You want to, hold on one sec. Could you pull up the picture?
Pull up the pictures.
Because I actually went down yesterday, and I took photographs of 27th Street. I took pictures of the signs that are in question, as well as the sea grapes in the whole area there. So we did that so that we could have a more graphic look of what is actually going on.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I will leave a copy of this memo with the clerk, and the public is welcome to a copy of it. I have done a complete analysis of every issue raised by the citizens on this matter. There is no favoritism given to a homeowner. This is all about state law and how you apply it versus local rules. And there are ways that we can work through this situation with that homeowner, and it's all spelled in the memo.
So that's 27th Street, and the vehicle parked there is my vehicle. And right there, it's parked illegally because it was right there beside the sign. If you look at the signs, if we could zero in on the signs, unfortunately we can't, and I'm sure many of you have been there already. The first sign that's closer to the stop sign itself has an arrow pointing both ways. That means no parking in either one of those areas. Then there's another sign that says no parking, and the arrow is pointing towards the stop sign itself. And according to my understanding, the police chief can correct me, but there's no parking up to that sign that has the arrow pointing that way, and that is designating the distance from the stop sign to the second sign that says no parking.
And that's the 30 feet.
And that's 30 feet. And we understand what you're saying about the sea grapes and all. I looked at those myself, and I'm very familiar with the foliage itself. And you're right, it will grow to a very substantial height. It gets wide. So that is something our building department is actually addressing as well, and code enforcement.
So the remaining question is why 27th Street and not all the other streets?
I've asked the police chief to do a survey of the city. This all started with Mr. Newsom allowing the situation on 22nd Street because there was a judge that pointed out the state statute. The signs were put up because he was technically correct. So then now this situation came up and the citizen involved asked the same question, right? So we're going to go back and look at the other situations, but at the end of the day, state law trumps our local ordinances, period. And so even though I don't like it, I don't like the sign pollution and the ramifications of it, it is state statute, and where it applies, We will have to look at this on a one case-by-case basis and see if, it applies or it doesn't apply.
Well, if there's a stop sign, I don't want to be belligerent here, but if there's a stop sign, which there is, at every side street coming out to A1A, go 1 block in, 26th Street, there's a stop sign. So shouldn't there be a 30-foot limit?
There is a 30-foot limit on every street.
Well, but I mean a sign that shows it.
And this is one where I would say, depends on what you're trying to accomplish with your signage. If you're trying to educate with your signage, then the signage is serving its purpose. If we're putting the signage up so we can write citations, you don't have to have that sign there.
I'm not interested in citations, I'm
No,
interested in safety.
but what I'm saying is, legally, the sign doesn't have to be there for PD to enforce that statute. But if you come to the code enforcement hearings where we're hearing traffic, as you have, we're hearing the traffic citation or the parking citation appeals, almost to a person, everybody who's appealed a citation, why wasn't there a sign that told me? And usually it's parking the wrong direction on the other side of the road. Why wasn't there a sign that told me I couldn't do that? And we get that a lot. But if this has been going on for some time, there may be some merit to signage, at least temporarily, to educate people. So, oh, I can't park here. This conversation tonight is helpful in educating people. Oh, what is the actual law? Because a lot of people just don't realize, and when it's gone on for a period of years, all of a sudden police department starts writing citations for it. That's when we have angry people coming in with their appeals. But the signs are not necessary from a legal perspective in order to write citations.
I
That was the point I
understand
was
that.
making.
But with the number of visitors we have, we can educate our residents. But somebody comes in 2 weeks from now, they're not going to know. And they're like, oh, look at all this parking. So while I hate signs, I really do, I think we're going to need to, if everybody else agrees with that.
I have a suggestion instead of sign littering every street, essentially, where it says no carts beyond this point attached to the front stop sign. You could just put a simple sign below that or above it that says park 30 feet front stop sign.
Commissioner Cooley, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if that is correct, our downtown parking is out of compliance then, on the right of way. On approach to the stop sign, you got to go 30 foot
Is
back.
it paved?
It's these pavers.
It's got
That's why, but they're designated parking spaces. They're not, while they may be within the boundaries of the right-of-way, they are there for parking to get the car off of the road. So it's just apples to oranges comparison.
No, they're not. I disagree.
Then I'm thinking of the wrong parking space.
Well, no, right here, how unsafe this is. I always park here, and I have to go through Central and Daytona to get to Flagler. I have to put my nose halfway out in the street if there's cars parked right up to the corner.
Here.
So the safety issue is the same.
Is the same issue on the other side? Because I was thinking the other side of the park over there. Is it the same issue over there?
These
Here.
cars that are parked right here, these, if they're parked up to the corner, I can't see out into Central to pull out. Same when we had this discussion when Debbie owned the Pink Turtle. We were going to try not to have a car parked across the street because you try to pull out into Daytona.
But it's paved.
So, but
What he's saying.
that's an easier issue to solve, though.
Yeah, don't let a car
that-
park there.
Well, you can stripe, because you've got pavement there, you can stripe that. You can so you can clearly identify that. So that's probably easier than signage to stripe that off as the no parking zone from stop sign. But now I see where you're talking. I was thinking over there with the lined parking spaces across from the
But
park.
is this out of compliance right here? Oh, I'm using this spot right here.
Parking spaces, it's just a pavered area.
Correct.
So if somebody
But does
parked
that
right there by
not
the
have
stop
to
sign,
follow the
probably,
law of
yes.
30 feet back from a stop
Yeah,
sign?
our entire center of the city is going to be out of compliance if that is correct.
Which then opens up the can of worms for the parking pool of estimated
So,
parking.
Drew, as a city, can't we just change this 30-foot thing?
That's state law.
So we can't
No.
State law is
local?
30 feet.
State law is state law. So
We
I
can be
go
more
back-
strict, we can't be less strict than state law.
I go back to my recommendation that we do an assessment instead of sitting up here shooting from the hip about, oh, the sky is falling. Maybe it is and maybe it isn't. So I'd like to have the chief do the assessment, and then we'll get back to you all on what our options are.
Okay, I think one of the other part of the discussion, and I spoke to the police chief about it as well, when you look at the photographs there in that particular property, the fence does present a problem to some degree, because when you pull up there, you cannot see the foliage or the sea grapes that are there. Here again, I think it's up to our staff to determine whether or not they're actually in the right-of-way of the city right-of-way, or if they're going to encroach on it. Because, I mean, I've grown sea grapes as well, and I mean, they grow 10, 15 feet high, and that way is wide, which means they're going to actually go out into the roadway and into the hitting vehicles and obstruct vision even more. So I think this is something that we're probably going to assign to the city manager, that will talk to staff as well as police department, and we'll figure this out. James?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just appreciate, I don't mean to interrupt here,
No,
but
go ahead.
I just, I appreciate I'm not questioning anything you or your staff, Mr. Whitson, has done to try to, keep this, from safety concerns. But I would request, Mr. Chairman, maybe if we could look into having this full-on assessment, until that full-on assessment's done, that we take the signs down, and then we bring this to the commission and we talk about this, because I feel like that, we talk about transparency, right? That's one of the things I think as a commission that we were pushing for at our strategic planning. And, I'm not questioning anything by the chief or you. I just think that, we have to put our residents and their thoughts and opinions in this. And I think that, I think it was a good initiative, but maybe they should have came to us to discuss it, and at least that there could have been like a maybe a business action. I don't know if it would be a business general business that we could have talked about this, or something along those lines, just to make sure that the public was informed of these things. Because right now, just from an optics standpoint, again, I know there's the reasoning behind it, but from the optics standpoint, it's like we're zeroing in on this one street. And as I think the other commissioners and some of our public here has mentioned, is that we're looking at, on 26th Street, that sign's not posted there. And, I did myself drive out there and saw the same thing. So I just think that maybe we get a full-on assessment, if that would be my request, if possible, and then bring it back to the commission, and we have some sort of presentation on this, and then, allow a little bit more public input on this so they understand. Again, I know we mentioned educating, but I also think that, it would be something, I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do their job, but I think it'd just be something that would be nice as a commission to be informed. So when our residents are come to us asking us these questions, we have the right information to provide them.
And I'll call you in 1 second, Mayor. I'm in favor of the assessment, but I mean, we had a law enforcement official that did in fact put the signs up there because he viewed it as a problem, as a potential, safety issue. And the fact that the citizens do know why the sign's up there now, and also knowing that the sign there where you can park up to that particular point, I think just in the best interest of safety, until we do the complete assessment, it would be prudent to at least leave them there, knowing that people can still park up to that sign. You're losing about the 30 feet, but just in the best interest of safety, since they're there, it would be my recommendation. Mayor?
I'm going to actually agree with Commissioner Sherman. On the north end of town, this subject has made waves throughout the city. And what I'm afraid what's going to happen is every single block is going to be calling the police department saying, I want a sign. I already hear on my street on the north side, I want a sign too. So at what point are we going to put a cutoff on it? Because our police department's going to be running around and putting up signs we can either, and it's 27th and 22nd. I've been hearing about the 22nd sign since I became a mayor. And had we removed that sign, we wouldn't be placed with the 27th Street sign. So I'm going to agree with Mr. Sherman. Take them both down. We can educate the public. It's not required to have a sign. And it's something that we can hopefully address as a body with the city and the residents. But this way, we're not creating waves throughout the city and bogging down our police department with every street requesting a sign.
Except that I've gotten 2 emails that said they don't want the signs. They want the parking back. They think we're taking away parking spaces. I bought a golf cart that I can go directly to the beach with. That's where I always park my golf cart. I don't want that sign. I don't want to follow this rule. So I think better that we leave the
But
signs up in the meantime.
we're going up against a statute.
Well,
But you're not required to have the sign there.
I know. I'm just telling you, it's not everybody wants a sign. There are people who don't want the whole thing.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, not to muddy the water, but did y'all get the email? I got an email about the other statute, which is obstruction of vision at intersections where it's the 50-foot, you can't have anything blocking within 50 foot of the center line? Okay, because those pictures that were up there would be in violation of that. Okay.
Yeah, the main issue at 27th, I would say the main issue, but the main safety issue is the fence. Because I was out on site with the police department, and there is a line of sight issue because you have A1A. At that particular place at A1A, there's a 45 mile an hour speed limit. Well, they go faster than that, right? So there is a definite line of sight safety issue, not created so much by the posting of the signage and all that, which is fine, but it's the fence. And in my memo, I laid out approaches for us to take to address the safety issue. So whether you take down the signs or not, I mean, that's up to the board. We can still enforce them if the signs aren't there, but it's the really main issue with this particular situation is the fence. And we have a plan of action that was outlined in the memo. As far as the sea grapes are concerned, we have to have a survey to legally determine if they are placed in the right-of-way. If they are placed in the right-of-way or will encroach in the right-of-way, then guess what? Per the ordinance you just passed, they have to have a license agreement with the city to keep them there. So if they do encroach or impede parking or drainage or what have you, we can have them removed. But we first have to determine whether or not they are in the right-of-way. So again, this is all laid out in the memo I provided to you. And again, I realize this is challenging for people and there's been a lot of talk, but if you'll throw the ball back my way, I can assure you I will coordinate with the multiple pieces, moving parts here to get you some recommendations you can look at, and we can discuss it on a future agenda. This was something that kind of came up all of a sudden. It wasn't something that, was created in any long-term plan. It just kind of happened.
So I just had one other point. Since we're weighing in on the signs, as a city, my opinion is we either sign the entire city where it needs it, or we don't put signs up until that analysis is done. And that would include taking out the signs that are in. And we start off level playing field. We're not going to pick and choose where the signs are. They come out uniformly, and then they will go back uniformly to where it makes sense. Because if we're going to put signs up at 22nd and 27th, then we need to put them in downtown and everywhere else, or we're not being fair and balanced. And if we're going to look at it and we're not going to put signs up, then the ones that we have done because of complaints, whoever lives there, they need to come out. And we're not changing any ordinance, but we're being uniform and fair to everyone. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'm all in favor of that. I guess the only thing I'm concerned about is that particular street and the fence has created a safety issue to the point where I think that it was mentioned that someone was almost hit on a bicycle. So do we just go ahead and take everything down and just let people be at risk? Or
I
what
would
do we
be
do?
okay with that. It's not the sign that places them at risk, it's the fence.
Okay.
So in my opinion, having been out at the site, I think the signs coming down will be fine as long as we have a program to go back and assess it. And then as far as the fence is concerned, that's a matter between the city and the property owner.
Okay. Okay. Mayor?
I was going to say, don't forget the one on 22nd Street to come down as well.
All right. We can do that as well. So do we have a consensus from the board that we'll just go ahead and give direction for the city manager to move forward with an assessment, and the signs on 22nd and 27th Street will come down?
Yes.
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 Is that what everyone
I
wants?
agree with that, but the police chief by law can give out tickets.
It's correct. It's still illegal to park 30 feet on the approach to a stop sign.
Okay.
Just want to make sure
So everyone
everybody
needs
is
to know that the sign's coming down, but they need to be aware of the law as well. Just like parking in the wrong direction. There's no sign there, but you get a ticket.
You will get a ticket for that.
Okay. Do we have any other items to address in response?
Yeah,
Fiber optics. Okay.
I forget the company that the gentleman asked me about, but SOA, I'm not familiar with SOA. Okay, well, SOA I'm not familiar with, but I am familiar with the fact that Metronet is going with fiber. AT&T has permits into us for fiber, and it seemed like there's another company. There's a couple of other companies that are putting up 5G technology in the city, because I've got a complaint about how ugly it was the other day near somebody's business. So there's multiple 5G initiatives going, and there's fiber to the home by one company, and fiber in general from a couple of others.
Okay. And I was aware there was fiber because my daughter's on 11th Street, and she mentioned that they just put fiber on her street.
As far as the 5G ugly things, we can do nothing about it.
Yeah, no, you guys can't do it.
We tried.
I know how it works.
When you hear about the state taking local control away, these are the kinds of issues that come up.
You know if they're going to put us.
You can't do
Sir, you
that.
can't.
From the
You can't.
audience.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, though.
I'll be happy to meet with you.
We won't shoot the messenger.
You can write to any of us, call any of us, you know.
We
whenever.
appreciate the information, though, because I think the new technology is very good for the city. It does bring a lot of opportunities into the city, not necessarily big boxes or anything of that nature, but a lot of opportunities for individuals that are working at home and that kind of thing. So you don't want fiber optics, okay.
Well, not fiber optics, not 5G.
No 5G.
Fiber optics is better.
Okay.
No.
There is a second public comment period at the very end of the meeting.
You can address that at the end. Okay, seeing that I think we've addressed all the comments and the questions, we'll bring it back to the board where we're at the consent agenda. And at this point, do we have any, want to make any comments to the consent agenda?
Well, it's only one item.
One item.
It's a big one.
It's a big one.
It's a big one. Could, Mr. Whitson, can you just kind of talk just more so for the residents, because we all know up here what the process is for obtaining and negotiating the contract, kind of what we went through to do that for the pier?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we have received an award from FEMA for replacement of the fishing pier. It is following their rules. If you spend federal money, you have to do it their way. And we basically received 6 proposals from 6 different engineering firms with expertise in marine engineering that could assist us with design of the new fishing pier. And we met as a committee. There was a blind independent review, which meant that no committee member talked to any other committee member. And they independently evaluated the proposals based on the criteria listed in the proposal. And then we cut it in half and invited the top 3 firms to make presentations to the evaluation committee, which Chairman Bryan served as a member, and there were other people from the county, people from my staff, and I had to sub in as well. And so the scores went back to 0, and then those 3 firms presented their understanding of the project, and based on that presentation, we rescored the proposals and ranked them 1, 2, 3. And what is on the agenda for tonight, on the consent agenda, is for you to confirm the ranking, A, and B, number 2, delegate to the city manager the authority to negotiate a federally compliant contract, which FEMA would pay for. And we would negotiate in the order or ranked, because that was all done fair and square in an independent blind review. So that's how the process is going to work. That would be compliant with the rules and the FEMA funding sources. And we're looking to the board for confirmation of the ranking. And I see in the audience, the #1 ranked firm is here. If you would like to hear a minute or two from a sales pitch from them, that's fine. But it would become a matter of negotiation from this point out.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to come and introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about your company, and possibly touch on some of the projects, not all of them because you had so many projects that you've successfully completed.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Elms. I'll serve as the principal in charge, and I've worked with y'all. I've worked with Jane and Commissioner Cooley and you before. We are Moffitt Nickel. We're one of the largest marine engineering and specialty firms in North America. We have over 110 marine structural engineers. That's different than just bridge engineers. One of the commitments we made when we made the presentation, that we weren't going to just build a bridge into the Atlantic. We're going to build a nice marine structure. Our largest client is the U.S. Navy, and we do projects all over North America for them. In Honolulu, we're doing the submarine Dry Dock 5. It's close to a $2 billion. So this is what we do. We're one of the leading ones for that. One of the things we want to do, and it's important, I'm going to ask Dr. Brower here, Jackie Brower. She's a senior coastal engineer, FEMA coordinator, and she's also going to handle a lot of the public involvement. So I wanted her here too, so you could see her and she can talk. One of the things we talked about, Mr. Chairman, was we wanted to come back and talk to the community and talk to the business owners about the impacts of the staging in the construction. This is going to be, you know, when you get 80, 70, 80, 90 foot, and some of y'all are in construction, you understand you've got to route, offload the piles, and you've got to have enough room, and it's got to be safe out there. So we want to come back to this community and in this commission, so we work out some of those details in partnership. We even have an idea potentially to have an industry day where we invite contractors, the marine contractors, to talk to us, to talk about it so they can see the community and say, hey, how would we go about doing this? And maybe get some of that language. In addition to that, maybe invite some of the small business owners that have some expertise that could meet these marine contractors. So, you know, those are some ideas that we have to integrate the community, but the number one thing is we've got to communicate and coordinate with the folks so that it's done safely. And there's some conflicts between beach renourishment and where they're going to be offloading and going down the beach, the pier contractor, and all of the work. And there's going to be a hotel under construction. So, you know, there's going to be a lot on the folks in this room, and it's important that you see us and we communicate with you and we coordinate properly. And so we're going to be coordinating with this gentleman and your staff and with y'all on a regular basis. But I'm going to ask Dr. Brower just to say a couple of words.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Brower, Jackie from Moffitt Nickel. And it's just to add on to what Jeff said, it is fantastic to see a full house here. That's actually what we're hoping for this pier project is Jeff talked about who we are, what we bring to the table, and that's 75 years of waterfront experience. And that's what we want to bring to you guys. So ultimately, you guys are going to be the key stakeholders with working very closely with the board and with the city. We're hopefully going to be developing that vision together. So we definitely have to work within the FEMA restrictions that we have, but ultimately this is your pier. This is your city, and we need you to be involved in this process. So We'll be doing these things monthly. We're looking for your input. We bring a lot of experience and ideas, but ultimately we're going to be asking you for your ideas as well. So be thinking. I'm going to tease this now. Be thinking about what needs the most improvement and what you would like to see here. So make this your own pier. We're looking forward to being an extension of city staff, and we've done this before, and we're very, very pleased that hopefully we'll be able to work with the city on this. And ultimately, thank you for selecting us, and we look forward to building up that trusting relationship with you guys. So any questions, I guess, for us?
Yeah, that's good.
Commissioners, have any questions?
Yeah. So, Mr. Whitson, for public knowledge, can you explain to the public where the pier construction is going to be? Because I think there's sometimes maybe a little bit of misconceptions there where the construction of the pier is going to be. And then I actually had a question for you all. Could you tell me some of the naval bases or some of the locations that you guys have constructed piers, just so?
Marine is parking up. I said the Marine is coming out.
Yeah, well, that and just, and I guess for the public, and for public knowledge as well, so people can reference those piers to see what they would look like. So just that I think that would just help maybe everybody in the audience as well.
Yes, sir. So Semper Fi, first of all. I actually, I'm a Florida Gator, so I grew up in Florida, but I started at Moffett Nickel in Long Beach, California. So in California, we built 35 of the 37 piers, or been either built, designed, or helped repair those piers. And I actually got to work on Seal Beach Naval Weapons Station. So the huge redo there, I did the coastal calculations for that. I actually I went out and I did the instrument install as well, where we did real-time measurements. So we get, firsthand coastal data of what Mother Nature's trying to do. So those are some examples. We do a lot in Norfolk, Virginia. I'm a more of a beach girl. I'm a coastal engineer by heart. So while I've done a lot of piers, marinas, coastal structures, it's also really important as part of this project, and Jeff alluded to it, is that we're going to be closely coordinated with the beach nourishment as well. So making sure we get those coastal conditions right. And most importantly, this pier was damaged in a hurricane season. That's why we have the FEMA funds, right? So we're going to take that and make it more resilient. So ultimately, that's what we're hoping to give you, but just with the flair and the fabric of the community, making sure that it looks and feels what Flagler Beach Pier should look like. So did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank y'all.
And she's just getting started.
She'll go. That's why I let her speak, But the wharf, I don't know if you've been to the wharf in D.C.
I have.
So some of those piers, so there were 7 individual piers we designed, and we're very proud of the awards that one's received. We also were just recently selected with the National Park Service, a huge contract to do some coastal work for them. We do that all over anyway. One of the keys is working with this man, getting going with the scope and the fee internally. I've challenged my staff to have a draft scope and fee by next Friday, and then a few days after that, we will quality control it, and then we'll get it to you. So that's, we want to put that effort.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners?
No, I just know we've worked with Jeff before, and he's always come through with everything that he said the company would do, and I'm pleased that this company was selected.
And the costs, escalations, and we're going to be doing cost estimates, working with the city manager, and like we worked with Kathleen, at some point there might be a reason to do an amendment with the escalations. The costs are going up so significantly. You've heard some of the audience members. So we want to make sure we tell FEMA that these costs are going up. It's been, how many years since the cost estimate was done and approved by FEMA? So if you do escalation and the audience knows what the escalation has been on their pocketbooks, we'll need to do the same thing, city manager, to make sure we get the money.
Sure, Commissioner Mealy.
This is more of a city manager thing, or I can do it. Why are we doing this?
Well, basically, Hurricane Matthew took out 130 foot of the pier back in 2016, and we've stabilized it since then. And there have been, some repairs to, make sure it's structurally sound. But the damage is still there, and it's one of the only wooden piers left out there. And if you use FEMA money, you have to raise your game, if you will. In other words, they won't pay for it unless you meet new standards, and the new standards won't allow you to put a wooden pier back. So we've got to not only raise the elevation for the wave action and all those kinds of things, we have to design it with new materials that will be more resilient or last longer, and that's a different game than just going out there and just throwing down some wood.
Well,
I'm sorry, but they also said they would not repair it again.
No, they won't.
If another
We're not going to get
if one of
another
those H
nickel.
things comes here this summer.
Yeah. If one of those H things comes and takes it out, we're not going to get another nickel from the federal government unless we do it the way they want it.
Well, I was out there on the end of it.
To put that out.
I was on the end of that pier yesterday when 7-foot waves hit it. And when I felt the first rock, I headed for land. It scared the heck out of me. It really did.
And for the audience, it will be in the same location.
Right.
That's the quickest way this board decided, and it's the least inconvenience for the public.
And the other reason that we did that in the same footprint is because if you change it, as the suggestions were in the beginning, then we'd have to apply for new permits, which take forever.
Yeah. And there's a question whether they would
even
any increase in cost. We already knew that, so y'all made the right decision when you made that. I was here in the room when you made that decision. I was giving you a thumbs up then, because with the escalation in prices, we can go back now and make sure we get whole like we did some of your other projects. So.
It's a little technical thing with FEMA. If you do it their way, then you get a little more grace. But if you go off the reservation, then they're not going to pay for it. So that basically was a good decision in that October workshop last year.
Okay. Thank you guys so much, and thanks for coming, and we appreciate it. Looking forward to working with you. Okay, we need a motion now.
So I'll make a motion that, public comment.
That's right, we do have public comment.
Did we? No.
No, we didn't have it. No. We had some, but no one commented on it. I'll just open it up for public comment again, since you know a little bit more about the pier project. Anyone want to comment on the project of the pier? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for motion.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the evaluation committee's ranking and authorize the city manager to begin contract negotiations for the hiring of
Moffett and Nichol.
Moffett and Nichol.
Yeah, Moffett and Nichol. Sorry.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Penny, could you call a roll, please?
Yeah, just one technical comment. If we are not able to reach agreement with the number one firm, the delegation of authority goes that I can go to the number two firm and then the number three, should that occur. But hopefully it won't.
So possibly amend your motion to say.
I amend the motion that we
hire of the,
is it Mott McDonald was the second one? No, Mott McDonald was third.
He doesn't want you to name any of them.
If you just read the description of the agenda item, I think you'll have the language that they want.
Correct.
So moved.
Second as amended.
Got a motion and a second, and you can call a roll.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, that's a great project. We're looking forward to that one moving forward. And I would assume that this time next year we should be close to getting under construction. Or demolition anyway in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to number 8. And that is a discussion and follow-up report regarding the Pier Restaurant Dumpster Pad Project. William Winston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been some discussion about the extravagance, the high price tag, if you will, for the dumpster project. Yeah, it's expensive, but it's our facility. We have a tenant. We have a lease. We have an obligation to provide safe space. And I've drafted a memo addressing all of the concerns and questions that I was aware of. And I'm going to ask Rick McFadden to come to the podium, our building official, because this project has been discussed for years. When I was hired, one of the things that was unanimous, get that building fixed, get that dumpster pad corrected as fast as possible. And I started working on it, and again, because of COVID and lack of staff and lack of engineers and architects to design things, it just took forever. But we finally got the plans done. We had to go out to bid. They were put out twice for bid. We kept you informed that we were not getting bids. And you said, yeah, keep bidding it. And so we are where we are. Costs are going up. Do I like it? No. But that's the world we work in. And I'd like to invite Rick forward because he's been involved in this from the very beginning, way before I showed up. And he may have some information that would be helpful for you and understand the scope of this project and why we need to do it. And it's related to safety.
Okay, Rick, as I'd mentioned to you before, if you need some photos of the particular area in question, we do have some photographs that we can put on the TV monitor up here just so that people can understand the full gravity of the need to repair, replace this particular area. I went out there myself yesterday and took photographs, and it's changed even since I looked at it a year ago or 2 years ago. So they're available if anyone wants to see some of the pictures that we took of the inside of the dumpster area, because I'm sure most of you have not, and also the underside of it where the beams and all are deteriorating, and in some cases the boards are falling through from the floor itself and actually protruding down near the sand. So I'm sorry, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, this project was initiated in 2014. September or October of 2014, Joseph Pazzulli started the drawings. The drawing with the expansion, it is a 60% expansion of that dumpster area. That was on the drawings in 2014. It hasn't changed. The only change that has come up is that the restaurant wants to expand their kitchen facilities. Mr. Newsom, myself, and Mr. Whitson have notified Mr. Barchet that if he wants that expansion of the kitchen, that's on his dollar, not ours. It is dangerous out there. I've been out there with the fire marshal on numerous occasions. I went out there with my inspector yesterday, and he literally had to crawl over tippy carts, mop buckets, to get out to take some measurements and to take some photos. We've had 2 people injured over there already, staff from Funky Pelican. Fortunately, we have not been involved in those suits. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. We have, for a lack of a better term, 3 pounds in a 2-pound bag. Like I say, it is a 60% increase, but it's been on the board since 2014. So I realize maybe you didn't understand what that drawing was, but it's been there.
Okay, I'll make some comments and then I'll look at my board members. I've been on the board for 2 years, and that was one of the first things I looked at when I came on 2 years ago. I went out there then and looked at it, and the only change that I've seen is that it's gotten worse. And I understood that the expansion was required because of the need for, you have a lot of areas, a lot of things in there. I went out there myself and walked through there, and I could barely get through there. You can't even move the tippy carts themselves because they're backed up against each other. There are chemicals out there. There's propane out there. All of this stuff has to be put somewhere. The expansion that some of the media has led individuals to believe that we're doing is expanding the restaurant. And that was what I clearly stated when I told someone that I knew that they wanted to expand it, but I told the owner, who's here right now, there's no way that we're going to pay for the expansion of your kitchen area. You have to do it on your own dime. That's what I was talking about. But the area in question, if you go out there yourself, if you want to look at all the photos that we have up here, it is clearly a hazard that someone is going to get hurt on and possibly killed on. I was afraid to walk out there in that area myself because, like I said before, one of the pictures I just showed, the floor is actually protruding out. There's boards falling off. So I make no apologies for what I've done as far as agreeing to get this done, because we did get the city manager. I talked to Mr. Newsom 2 years ago about the same project. I talked to Mr. Pizzoli about the project. I looked at the designs that he had, and I said, why has this not moved forward? And at that time, he says, I haven't gotten approval from the city. So I think it's reprehensible to a great degree and unforgivable that we have individuals that used to sit up here on this board that are making comments about us being wasteful spenders and wasting taxpayers' dollars because we need to work on a building that we own. It's not my fault. I don't think it's anyone else's fault up here that we own the building. But we're landlords, and we have an obligation to take care of a property that we own. The same argument could be made about the golf course. That's sat out there for years. Some individuals that are now the biggest mouthpieces out there about us wasting money did not do anything about that golf course until this commission right here made a move that said, we demand that you have an audit. And this board right here, last May or June, had a consensus and said, let's do an audit on the golf course. And where are we now? We've finally taken some action to take care of things that others didn't do in the past. So I don't make any apologies for what we've done and what this
We're
board
off
has done.
topic. Could we, let's just kind of, like, we're getting kind of off into the weeds.
Mayor, as soon as I finish my comments, you can comment, okay?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about.
All right. I'm just giving an example. So the thing is, we have an obligation to work on this particular property, and that's what we're going to do. Now, if you have a comment, you're perfectly welcome.
Right now, we were getting way off topic.
We're not getting off topic because I was
we were
using
talking
as
about the golf
example.
course when
I'm
we're
using
talking about
Mayor,
the dumpster.
please don't interrupt me. I'm using an example of why individuals did not do anything in the past. And that same example was could be compared to the golf course. Now, I'm entitled to use a comparison if I need to in order to drive the point home of what I'm talking about, and you can do the same.
Okay, we can continue. My personal opinion is we were getting off of topic. We were starting to go down the road of starting to call out residents as comments that were made, and we just kind of needed to bring it back on track.
I'm not calling out residents. I'm calling about individuals that should have taken action to have this done.
Well, I have a question.
Okay, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes. With the expansion, the 60% expansion, is there any time moving forward that the Funky Pelican would be moving the restaurant into that 60% expansion?
No.
Okay, that was one question. The pictures that were provided, I have a couple. There was the chemicals being stored in front of the electric meter. I was under the understanding that there's the closets that were built around the side of Funky Pelican. Should they be putting those chemicals there instead of moving them to keeping them where they are right now? That would maybe make that area not so crowded. Like you said, putting 3 pounds in a 2-pound bag, they could remove stuff out.
The water heaters are in those closets.
There's also a sign on the door that says, do not enter because you might fall through the floor.
Okay. Well, that was my comment for now. Someone else can continue.
Yeah, put the pictures up any place so that individual can see those. That's fine.
This is under the pier where some of the pilings are literally 18 inches to 2 feet off the sand. You see there where the plywood that the concrete was poured over has delaminated. Now we have lightweight concrete that's carrying the whole load and is literally coming apart.
Those are the rusted bolts that are holding the tubes together.
Yes, sir.
Timbers together. That area there, that's just as you walk out into that dumpster area itself where the floor is deteriorating and falling apart. Those are the chemicals.
And if you take a close look on the left-hand side, about midway, there's an electrical meter behind that shelving unit that's supporting all the chemicals. The propane tanks, now, if those propane, when those propane tanks are removed, we're only going to gain 6.5% floor area, which is not a lot. They are going to natural gas, so those tanks will be going away.
Do you mind explaining if those go away, why we're going to have such small space left over?
The measurement on those tanks is 3.5 feet by 7 feet.
Okay. Okay. Because they look a lot larger here.
Yes, they do.
So.
And that large silver, if you go back to that pen, that large silver thing in the background, that's a cooking oil storage, and it is volatile. It can catch fire, and it's about 8 feet away from the electrical meters. Propane tanks at a minimum have to be 10 feet away. We're lucky. We've got a good 15 feet. That's the cabinet with the water heaters in it. And there is a sign on it. Do not go in there. You could fall through the floor. Well, you can see the electric meter there in the center, lower center, and the chemicals right next to it.
Okay, the last point I'll make is that we hold our property owners and businesses accountable for adhering to the codes and the standards that we have. It's only reasonable that we should hold ourselves accountable for the same standards. Do you have any other comments?
Since Ray is here, if it's appropriate, I'd like to ask Ray to come up because we had a very powerful conversation about how his staff is working in this type of environment. So Ray, if you could just maybe spend a few minutes and talk about, a day in life of an employee at Funky Pelican living with this.
Ray Barchet, Funky Pelican. Good question. I mean, I wish there was a couple of people here that were hurt out on the dumpster pad. It's just every day I cross my fingers that somebody doesn't walk out there and get hurt. I've gone out there myself and slipped. It's not safe. I don't know how to express it anymore, that the number of years that has gone on, if you do nothing besides repair that and replace what's there, it's the most important thing going. Rick mentioned it. It's lucky that for the city, I guess, or call it luck, one of the people hurt filed an action against us in a workman's comp claim. They tried to go after the city, but once that's served, and Drew can speak to this maybe, once they've taken that route, they can't go after somebody else, or once they've made a workman's comp claim. So the city probably has a lot of risk hanging out there, let alone people walking under there, sitting in the sand. But as far as the employees, it's just scary every day. I can't walk into that kitchen knowing the people that have to go out there and look them in the eye and feel good about it. It's just a terrible situation. It's been that way since 2014 when we first started this, and we spent our own money to develop a plan. I think Bruce Campbell maybe was the manager at that point. We spent our own money, probably about $20,000, $25,000,
to go through and permit with the city's approval, through DEP to get that permitted. That's gone because the permit expired, and here we are, it's gone back through, and a new permit's been issued, but it's hard to imagine, as Mr. Bryan says, that nothing's been done to this date, but it's scary for the people out there. I every day cannot imagine that somebody's not going to go out there and get hurt. Happy to answer any other thoughts.
Can you just maybe talk a little bit about the hot oil? Is the hot oil still there in that cabinet?
We removed the oil because it was as the the pad started, you can see it maybe in some of those pictures, as the pad started leaning and coming apart and so forth, we decided we shouldn't have that oil in there. It's heavy at that point, so we took the oil out. It's certainly a problem not having it, but we just have to deal with it, because having that on there seemingly made the matter worse, and scared that maybe that thing was just going to fall on the beach one day and somebody be sitting under it and crush it. Let alone the things that go on that, you know, again, when we developed the plans to do the original permit, it was done in a manner, and the city was very good at looking at it and coming up with thoughts of how to design it so that it wouldn't have leaking and, excuse me, various things going on the beach. Another issue, different part of it, but that's why that plan was developed and made bigger, to expand it a little bit so that it was, at some point, I guess, you know, I'm not in your place, but if I were, I'd think, what do you have to do for the future? What do you need to do to make it right and make it work? And I think that's what we developed in that plan, so that it would be large enough, work for anybody, whether we were there at some point in time. Maybe we're not the tenant out there. It's a building that you guys should have and should be really considering having a building for the future, whatever it takes, whatever it requires, because it's a great situation out there for the city. I think we've been a good steward of being in there, and I would hope that the things that we're trying to do and put forward to the building and for the building are things that are ultimately for the city. Certainly it works for us. Obviously, we're in business out there, but.
Thanks, Ray.
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Whitson, I just had some questions here. First, you know, I'm looking at this dumpster pad, and the condition of it is that, you know, you and I walked it again, and the condition's deplorable. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's in bad condition. You know, as to why we're here today, 8 years later, I don't know. But I don't know, I have some concerns. You know, I'm okay with us fixing the existing dumpster pad. I'd be okay with that. Now, my question for you is, what does Mr. Smith say you know, if we were to add that dumpster in there, how does that, you know, what ramifications does that have? Is that 220 square feet going to make their job easier? I mean, I know we're expanding this area for the chemicals, and I'm looking at the safety issues here, and, you know, definitely, you know, workman's, I can see how somebody would, you know, get injured with the, you know, current state of the existing dumpster pad. But would that additional 220 square feet really, you know, give them that additional space that they're going to need to operate? You know, because I'm curious to see how, you know, they would get in there to lift the dumpster up and then dump it down into their truck with, you know, with that additional square footage. I was just curious if, you know, Mr. Smith has been consulted on that, and, you know, just, I know we're beyond the point. I guess, you know, we're going to move forward. I know this is just being discussed, but I guess my other question would be is, you know, has there been thought, and again, this is nothing against Mr. McFadden or the fire marshal, but have we considered maybe just getting a second opinion, maybe from just another neighboring county, just to, you know, just to get another opinion? And again, that's not an attack on any of your experts, but just because of the long history here. And again, I hope it's not a personal attack. It's just more of, making sure that we just flip, you know, turned every rock, or, you know, I'm bad with expressions here, but just really, truly, that we really look this over thoroughly, and we're making the, you know, I know again, it's been sitting here for 8 years and something's got to be done. It's in horrible condition. I agree. but maybe have we considered just getting another opinion? I'm not trying to question Mr. McFadden or any of the experts that we have here in town. Just,
can I jump in?
Oh, yes, sir.
Because you're saying that sort of thing over. I mean, what is the opinion going to get to? What do you hope to gain out of the opinion?
I think it's just that we're, again, this is, as a landlord, I agree that we need to fix the existing dumpster pad there, sir, but, I agree with that. And, again, I think as a landlord, it's not ideal for your staff, and it's a huge...
Ray, I have a response.
Oh.
Okay, this is my area.
Can I make a quick...
Right there. So, as far as the tippy cart thing, I have consulted with Rob. It's the way we do business. I asked him the other day about the automated dumpster thing. We're not set up for that, and we're not going to that model, period. So this is the way that he thinks is most efficient and effective, and they get there. A lot of times I come into the office early, they're already there, okay? And they get in, get out before traffic and parking is an issue. As far as the second issue is concerned, this is our jurisdiction. That's the building official. He has a fire marshal. That's the way it works. That's the way the state of Florida statutes work. And calling in other people for second opinions, that doesn't work because he is the building official, and we have a fire marshal, and their expertise, their training, that's what they do, and that's what they're for, and it just doesn't work any other way.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Lewitson. When Ray first took over the Pier Restaurant, before it was even called the Funky Pelican, I went out there with him. He wouldn't let me 8 years ago walk on that pad. We did go underneath, and I was very nervous about being underneath 8 years ago. So I know things haven't gotten any better. I have looked at it more recently. I don't want to go for yet another study or another opinion. I understand your point, but we have waited 8 years now. And I really think that we need to move forward with it. Yes, it's bigger than we had anticipated up here. Our mistake, maybe, I don't know. It's clear, I made it clear to Mr. Barchet 8 years ago, you want to expand the kitchen, it's on your dime. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, I do.
Tell them the same thing.
I haven't changed my mind.
I'd still like to have the
But
discussion.
we own a building that is, or part of that building is unsafe. And it's our duty as landlords to provide a safe environment. So I want to move forward finally with this and not have to walk around with fingers crossed that nobody gets hurt.
I probably shouldn't say much, but just, I understand not wanting to spend volumes of money. I get it. And I want to be sure that everybody understands, the audience, anybody, the community at large. This isn't doing anything for us. It's making the facility safe. It's making the property. When I took over, and I think, well, Jane was the only one that was still on the commission here, that building was falling apart. I don't want to lobby anybody, but we spent a tremendous, it was a well-structured deal. I think maybe a lot of people don't know the whole situation from history, and I don't want to go into it here tonight unless somebody asks me, but the building was falling apart. We spent a tremendous amount of money. I mean, we spent over $1 million bringing that building to life. The city at that time was getting, I think it was, Drew was maybe, it was $3,000 a month was the rent that was coming in on the building, $36,000 a year. We spent literally about $700,000 physically on the building. The other part of that $1 million was interior, whatever equipment and things we needed to do. a lot of money. It was a good marriage. It was a public-private partnership. I think we've done pretty good with it and been a good steward over there, as I said before. The city now gets probably going on $140,000 a year out of the building. Now, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I want people to understand that it really has changed and they aren't 8 years ago. And the building, if I were you, if I were anybody, if I were the property owner, I'd want to put that building in the best shape I could put it in for the next 20, 30, 40 years, because I think it's a great thing for the city. I mean, we make some mistakes over there from time to time, but anyway, that's my soliloquy.
Mr. Milley? I mean, Commissioner Cooley?
Mr. Mealy, I like the sound of that. That could work.
I could be a cougar.
Well said. Ray, you're good. I don't have any questions for you, so you can have a seat for a little bit. Everybody gets that what is there is not acceptable. What is there is, it needs taken out, fixed, replaced, or made better. It needs one of those options, but it can't stay the way it is. So to spend a huge amount of bandwidth on reiterating the fact that it does need something really isn't going to get us anywhere. I had a problem with the way this entire thing was brought forward. When we even as much as approve a simple house to be in tourist commercial, we get house plans, publications, copies of postings that were done. We have a stack sometimes this thick, so we can ask the applicant, "Are you okay with potentially moving next to a bar?" And that's it, and the thing's done. We were given almost no information on this. We didn't get the contract. We didn't have the plans until the day before the meeting, and that was only because asking. There's scores going all the way back to 14 of information that we didn't have. That's my issue, is how can we make an informed decision when we don't have any information? We're making a $500,000 uninformed decision because we don't have any information. So now here we are with a little bit more information because we had to dig it up. We still haven't been given a packet on this. We had to get it because we weren't given it. But yeah, we get all these other big sections of stuff. Why was this incomplete? I have a huge problem with that, especially over $500,000 decision. So let's go back in history, okay? So it said that we've had plans since 2014. Well, we might have had plans since 2014. They weren't these. These weren't even drawn then. They might have been something else. Who knows what they were? How this was supposed to work according to the contract, which was signed January 9, 2020, was there was supposed to be a pre-construction meeting with commission, and we were supposed to be presented two options. Did we want to repair what was there, or did we want to do what was given to us for the last vote, which was make it bigger? None of those things happened. We never got any options. We never even had a pre-con meeting. When you are going to expand something to accommodate an operation, the tenant would be given cost share options and like, look, we're making this bigger so you can expand your operation into the space, because that's what they're doing. Right now, that area is filled up with stuff that shouldn't be there. You have chemicals sitting in front of an electrical panel. If you were there with the fire marshal, I don't know how you all even allowed it, because that's not code. And then you have all these caustic chemicals that, by the way, a lot of those eat concrete that are sitting on concrete. Now, granted, it doesn't matter if that gets it's already in bad shape anyways, but y'all are going to put it back on a pad that's brand new? It doesn't go there. It goes in storage closets. If the storage closets need repaired, you just fix them. It's not a big deal. But that area is supposed to be a dumpster enclosure, and it's being used as a storage facility. It is not our job to supply a storage facility to a tenant. I have a small building where I conduct business. All my stuff doesn't fit in there. I'm constantly having to make runs to a storage unit to go get the things that don't fit in my building. It's filled with carts, and I don't mean tippy carts. It's, those, the carts you clean tables with, it's filled with equipment, it's filled with chemicals, it's filled with all of these things that don't go there. It's a dumpster enclosure. So we never got the plans. And then, so I'm looking at this thing and we're talking and we're hanging our hat on safety, and that's good because it's very important that we're safe. But the thing is, if you want to be safe, the first thing you got to look at is what doesn't go in a dumpster enclosure. And here's the thing, if the operator filled it up with a bunch of things that don't go there and it has become unsafe, that's not our problem. That's the operator's problem. It's not our taxpayers' problem that they want to keep things out there that don't go there. So it says right here, there's a lack of room inside the enclosure to accommodate all the activities for the restaurant support staff. It is a dumpster enclosure. What activities are going on out there? It's a dumpster enclosure. The only thing that should go out there is you bring the trash out and then you walk back in. If there's any other activities, then it's outside of the scope of what that even is supposed to be. So it's a 60% increase, and that is to accommodate an increase in the operation. That is not our taxpayers' burden. We are to supply a dumpster area for a dumpster. That's it. That's the whole reason why back on the original contract, which is the only signed contract on file, by the way, we were supposed to have been given two options to decide what we wanted to do. Somewhere along the line, it just went to, we're just going to go to one option because we think we need space. Well, and that might be true, but here's the thing. When you boil everything down to what it is, this existing size can safely accommodate every single thing with ample room. And I know that because I talk to people who do construction of commercial buildings. It's more than enough. This is my turn, Ray. To make it bigger, you're going to have to come up with a better proposition than just to say safety. If you have electrical meters against the wall, then you put the car poles, those bump stops. That like is very common. That is actually code to stop heavy objects from hitting electrical meters. There is tons of room in the existing design for what that needs to do. Now, then there was another argument made, well, we don't want cooking oil in the same pen that dumpsters go in. Well, that's what every single fast food restaurant almost in the country does as the norm. If you look in their dumpster pen, they have cooking oil and they have their dumpster. That's just how it is. We said we don't want electrical at all in the dumpster area. Well, I mean, even in the new plan, y'all have designed electrical in the dumpster area. So that's not valid. Now, when you look at this new design, if you look at if it's being utilized for what it is supposed to be used for, and by the way, if the area of this larger design is used for anything outside of what this is supposed to be for, you're getting back into the danger zone. So if you use it for what it is supposed to be used for and designed for, the new design, the new dumpster enclosure, which, you know, so y'all can see is on this side, the new dumpster enclosure, only 33% of that space that is in that will be used. And then in the existing side, which is this side here, when we go and get bumped out, only 23% of the space will actually be used for something. The rest of it is just open air space. If you add those two areas up based on square foot, you have a total utilization rate of that space of 27%. The rest is wasted. Now, of course, you got to walk around in there. You need space. You got to have clearance and all that. That's all fine and well. But it's to paint a picture of how underutilized this new design will be, unless it gets filled with junk, versus the existing size that is there. To expand it and then go to a 27% utilization rate, in my opinion, is not a good use of money, especially when that has a price tag of over $250,000 just above and beyond what fixing what we have would be. This was quoted out before. It was going to be around somewhere around $200,000. Nowadays, it'll probably be about $250,000. We're going to add on another $250,000 because we want to have a lot of elbow room in a dumpster pen. Not only that, we're adding on a lot of room onto our beach, which we're not even supposed to be doing. In our strategic plan, we agreed that we were going to protect the beaches and protect the parks. And we're putting a larger dumpster pad on the beach. And then not only that, but we also agreed that we were going to be working on our resiliency. So we're actually pitching, that it's a good idea to expand the most volatile city-owned property that we own, the most high-risk property, and we're going to make it bigger. And we're going to spend a ton of money doing it. And that, to me, that's not a good idea. If anything, you should be making it smaller, more reinforced, more intelligent, less risk. We should not be going and building something and expanding our footprint right over top of our beach, right over top the sand, and using it for trash. It goes against everything we've already agreed on doing. But the biggest thing is, look, what we have over there is in terrible shape. Commissioner Bryan, I agree with all your comments about the condition. It makes perfect sense. It's not safe. I've been over there. I've seen it. It's terrible. And we do need to do something about it. The question is, what do we need to do about it? Well, originally I argued that we don't even need that at all. Commission agreed otherwise. That's okay. But what isn't getting said is that you can, at a cost savings of about $250,000 to our taxpayers, you can design it to fit in its existing spot just fine, and it will work just fine for the operators. We haven't done that because we decided to go ahead and take a, cost means nothing style approach to it, and we're going to go full Monty with it. We do not need a Cadillac space for a dumpster. If this was for something of a higher and better use, then, it could probably be argued. But we're making a gigantic space for a dumpster with a total utilization of 27%. And it's just going to get filled with stuff because you have all this additional space. And we're increasing our footprint on the sand, taking away from the beach. It's just counterintuitive to everything we're supposed to be doing. And we're saying it's in the name of safety, but we can also be just as safe in the space we got. And that's being left out of the discussion. And don't take my word for it. Check with the professionals. They will also agree. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, I disagree with you. I mean, that's why we're up here, so we can have disagreement. And we can all agree to disagree. Because, I go back to the history of the building itself, and I wasn't here at that time, but I just wonder, was it ever meant to be a dumpster in the first place? I mean, where did it actually pick up the name dumpster space? What did they do with the property? Please don't do that. What was that space originally designed for? Was it designed for storing oils and other kinds of things that were there? Where was the dumpster or trash cans or things of this nature before? Because just because it's called a dumpster area now doesn't necessarily mean that was what it was initially designed for. We're looking at it now, calling it a dumpster space, but it may have been originally designed for the kinds of things that you generate in a restaurant business. I've never owned a restaurant business, but I've worked near them, and I know there's a lot of stuff that gets generated. You got to store a lot of stuff, and with the propane tanks and that kind of thing out there, I wonder, was it ever intended for storage and those kinds of things in the beginning? And then someone said, let's put a dumpster out here because we got to get rid of the trash. Because I'm sure they generate a lot of trash in a restaurant of that size. So I just thought I'd entertain that idea because maybe it wasn't initially for a dumpster. Just like some of the other restaurants around here, they use other spaces for their dumpsters, but it's kind of hard to do when you're limited with the space right there on the beach. And I understand that, you're taking up some of the beach space, but here again, I mean, I'd leave it to our building manager to come up here and say, why was it determined that that space needed to be expanded in order to make it safe for the electrical and the other kinds of things that are there? Was it just for that? if we decide to leave just the space that we have now, are we going to relocate the electrical panels and other kinds of things of that nature? Because then we're looking at other costs that we're going to incur. This may not amount to that much money, but it's certainly going to cost something. And I go back to what I said before. Had this been done years and years ago, we wouldn't be up to the cost that we're talking about right now. Because the original design that I looked at, I was pretty sure that was including some things close to what we're seeing right now when I looked at it in Pizzoli's office. So, open it up for discussion.
I'd just like to point out something that's important for our taxpayers. Ray said it. When it was the Pier Restaurant under the previous owners, we were getting $3,000 a year in rent. Ray came, spent however much he claims he spent, and I don't doubt that he spent it. It's a totally I would not go, at the end, I would not go in that restaurant. The smell of the oil in the carpeting, it was to the point where I was nervous. When the son of the owners opened High Tulip, I was like, oh God, now what's he gonna have? I mean, High Tulip's wonderful. God bless Billy for opening it. But that restaurant was a horror show. And Ray has made it into a clean, good smelling, I guess, bar and restaurant with wonderful food. Yes, there's all kinds of things. Whether the previous family used that area, I don't know, for oils and all that. I don't know if it's always been used that way. That was a good question. But what I was starting out to say is we're now getting, what, five times the income?
About $140,000 a year.
Almost 5 times the income from that restaurant than we were getting before. And I think that's an important thing to contemplate.
So, and that brings up a point, Commissioner Mealy, the revenue that we're receiving from this restaurant, have we ever used that money to do any maintenance type changes to the building?
No.
No.
I have a question.
Sure, Ben.
This goes back to an email that we had received and then also something that Commissioner Cooley had just spoken upon. Given the 2 separate plans, should we have been voted upon and made the decision as a body over which set of plans to use?
How can you have a pre-construction meeting before you have a bid?
Well, did we get a bid on the, so we have a bid then on?
We
both?
now have a bid.
Okay.
We hadn't had a bid before.
Okay, so you're saying then we will then make a decision as a body on which plan to use? Which plan?
You did vote on it.
We voted on the expansion, but
We weren't given either option. Let's keep that clear.
Because it's a life safety issue. The circulation, the separation are all codes. So are we saying that you get to pick and choose the codes that you're applying to the rest of the city?
Well, if that's the case, then we're sitting on a major safety issue right now, and at that point in time, the restaurant should be closed. Because,
if you want to close direct us to close the restaurant, we will. But the bottom line is I'm trying to move the ball forward and make it a safer situation.
Well, going forward, and also including in this, for this restaurant and any other building that the city owns, would both set of plans be voted on by this body?
So you're asking me that everything we bid, you want to see the plans?
No, I'm asking about an expansion
you want
of
to see the
50%.
plans. I'll be happy to provide
William,
every time you bid
I
something.
asked for an expansion of 50%. Would that be something that the body would vote on?
We put the bid out through the normal procedure process. You've seen the bid, it came back, and you voted on it to go forward.
We voted upon thinking it was the same exact footprint on what it was.
I don't know what you thought it was. I just
Well, we
know
didn't
what
have a footprint given to us in front of us on the dais, and that's the part that's confusing to us, and that's the part that's confusing to the residents. And that's where we're trying to unmuddy those waters. And as a body and as residents, that's something that we should do. We owe it to everyone. It's taxpayers' money. It's $500,000. It's not chump change.
Hold on a second. Mr. McFadden, could you come up a second? Because, I mean, we didn't just arbitrarily increase the footprint of the dumpster. It was done based on the input from whom? I mean, it was based on what decision to enlarge it? Because of the need for safety issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Safety issues.
What are those particular safety issues? Leaving it in the existing footprint of what it is right now would cause what kinds of problems? Does the dumpster fit in there adequately enough to hold all of the other things that are in there?
No. We had to take, as a matter of fact, we had to take the dumpster out because of the condition of the enclosure, because of the structural condition of the floor. We went to tippy carts, which decreased the weight substantially.
Okay, so if we were to build it back the same, with the structure being as strong as it could in order to hold the dumpster up, which may not necessarily have been the intent of that particular space in the first place, what does it deprive the restaurant of?
We still have chemicals stored in immediately in front of the electrical panels. We have, and I was unaware that they had moved the cooking oil out up until just now. The cooking oil, like I say, is volatile, is extremely close to the meters, extremely close to their electrical panels. The gas will be going away. That's not going to be an issue, but we're only picking up 6.5% of the floor area.
So what you're saying then is that if we rebuild the area, because we're not talking about repairing, we're talking about total reconstruction at this point.
Understood.
Large enough for the dumpster to go there, just the dumpster, what happens to the other items that are necessary for this restaurant to operate?
It's still an unsafe condition.
But I'm saying, no.
Will they fit? Will they fit?
If they don't fit, where does he put them? And I mean, he's got to operate. Where does he put those items?
He has no place to put them.
Okay, so what you're essentially saying is that you're just about shutting down the restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No.
And if that's
there's closets bordering all around there. There's a closet that's not even being utilized.
That's
right
the
now.
closet that's falling through the floor.
Exactly. So you can fix it. That's what we're doing, right? We're fixing it. So that closet will go into use. There's all kinds of other closet space.
That closet space out there.
Here's the thing. Y'all are saying if they have a bunch of stuff out there, right, and there's way too much, and I saw how many chemicals are out there, and that's more than what an average restaurant uses. So they're using it as storage of chemicals, that we are obligated to be the storage area of whatever they need, or we're shutting them down. That's categorically false. You get a storage unit and you put your stuff in there.
Okay, so I go back to what my original statement was. If that space was not intended for a dumpster in the first place, and it was made for the storage of chemicals and things of that nature in order for a restaurant to operate adequately, then where do you put the dumpster? On the street? No, I'm saying, okay, because we don't really know whether or not that space was initially intended to be a dumpster space.
It was always the dumpster when it was the
Since
pier.
you've known it, but before it became the Pelican or whatever it was.
The dumpster, but when it was the pier area, when it was the pier restaurant, that's where the dumpster always was.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it was originally built to hold the dumpster.
The dumpster's been there for over 20 years.
It's still go back.
Oh, no, it's been there for 30 years.
All right.
Okay, let's.
We have a tenant who is operating in a successful business.
Yes.
They're an asset to the city. It's our facility. My building official and my fire marshal are telling me that there are unsafe conditions, and the plans have been out there, available, discussed with previous boards, this board, and
that's not true. Do not say that they were available and discussed with the board. That is false.
Okay, I'll back up.
Well, it was discussed individually.
Yes.
Not with plans.
Well, if you wanted to see it, it was available.
I've had multiple discussions individually. And at this point, the problem has been kicked down the road, and I'm asking you to award the bid so we can move forward with the plans. If it's too high of a price tag, I get it. But at the end of the day, it's our facility, and I just feel like that if you want me to do things, then, you know, I would hope you would be serious about that direction, because that was the direction I was given consistently by members of this board.
I got maybe a suggestion that might bridge the gap. What if the city covers the existing footprint? And if the tenant wants to expand and get a lot more usable space, then we can cost share that with the tenant. And so you still have an option A or B, because as a landlord, we're obligated to fix what we got. So let's just say hypothetically, this would be perfect for you, Ken. So let's say it's a garage. The floor is falling out, right? It's a 2-car garage. Floor is falling out. The tenant wants a 3rd-car garage because they have a lot of stuff and they need that space for all their toolboxes and cars. So we as a landlord are obligated to fix the floor of that garage because it's falling out. There's no disputing that. It's falling out. But we're not obligated to put the 3rd-car garage on. So we say, let's team this and cost share it. If you want to have that space because you need it for your stuff because you're currently occupying that with all your equipment you have in here, no problem. But it needs to be a shared cost. It's just a kind of a suggestion.
Sure, I
It helps
understand.
bridge it.
Sure. Any further discussion?
I have one more question. Sorry, I'm a person that's going to ask 100 questions, because if I think it, someone else has probably thought it too. When the restaurant opened, because this is all boiling down to there's a lot of stuff within this area, have the chemicals always been kept in the dumpster area, or were they kept previously somewhere else?
I mean, I've been in there, and I mean, the restaurant owner can answer that question, but I was in there yesterday, and I'm going to tell you something. I have no idea how they can even operate in the kitchen area, because, I mean, it's just like, they're wizards. I'm going to be honest. I'm not just being
Well, all kitchens,
coy,
lots
but-
of kitchens are.
Yeah, but no, this is tight. This is tight. And I just wonder how they even operate in there. And I don't know where they would even put anything else in the restaurant if they moved it from out there. I really don't. You know,
To the
but
best-
that's my...
To the best of my knowledge, I did all the inspections during the renovation, and immediately after the renovation, the business tax receipt, the LBTR, and all of that was out there.
So if it's a
The
code
only-
violation, why is it now coming out 8 years later as a, we must do something now if it was always done that way?
I had brought that up to Bruce Campbell, to Larry Newsom. I had spoke with that to a couple of our previous commissioners, and we have a renovation and expansion in process. Leave a sleeping dog lie is what I've been told. We had a DEP permit up until, I believe, 2 years ago when it expired. Mr. Barchet had filed for the permit, and it was approved. And it just sat. We let it go. I believe the initial cost was $200,000 to rebuild it. That was 6 years ago, 7 years ago. With the cost increases now, it's just gone out of sight.
One more question. If we were to rebuild the dumpster pad using the existing footprint, could we start right away versus having to expand and have approval from DEP and it being turtle season, pushing it out until November 1st? Do we know anything of that nature? Because now we're just, as we like to say on this board, kicking the can down the road, and something can happen between now and November 1st.
That's something I couldn't answer. That's a DEP.
The permit has been approved.
So they can work on building out the
Yes.
expansion even in turtle season?
My understanding is the permits has been approved, and whether or not they can work, I'm assuming DEP wouldn't approve it unless they could. So we would have to get into that level of discussion. We have a pre-construction meeting scheduled next week, I think. But until then, you know, we filed for the permit, they've approved it, and that's all I can tell you.
Mr. Whitson, once this moves forward, how long is it going to take for the construction to begin? And in the interim, what happens to Ms. Marche's restaurant as far as where he's going to actually put the tippy carts or garbage bags or whatever is in there now? Because I assume that all of that's going to have to be demolished and taken out. So what's going to happen in the interim?
Like I said, we have an appointment set up on the calendar for the 19th. We are going to have the contractor here. That was what we were going to work through those details and that level of discussion and, you know, try to work through it as best we could and minimize the impact to the restaurant. I would just have to, you know, defer to the contractor as to how he would do that. Penny?
We have a Zoom meeting scheduled on the 19th with them. The DEP permit, I believe, if any pilings, anything where you're disturbing the ground, pounding into the ground, at that point we may need a monitor to watch the construction going on. But for the work going on above ground, we're not disturbing. If they're not disturbing any pilings, that permit, they can't proceed.
Okay. And I just have a question to the restaurant owner. Do you have any, or anticipating any kinds of plans as to how it's going to affect your business? Will you be able to have to shut down, or what will you do? What are your plans? Yeah, you can come up, please. You're like, Rick, stand aside. Move, Rick.
Mr. Chairman, when I was in the manager's seat, I had spoke to FDOT in reference to moving the equipment from that area, possibly barricading off some parking spaces so that we would be able to continue operation of the restaurant.
Okay.
And the DEP in the past has agreed, as long as the Turtle Patrol monitored the beach every morning to make sure that there were no nests, because apparently the turtles strictly nest at night, that we had no problem in the past. And hopefully this is what would happen now.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what happened.
Okay, I'm trying to cover all bases here, because these are the kinds of things that we're going to get hit with later.
Yes.
If not now.
And I've tried to be as proactive on this as I possibly could, dealing with DEP, FDOT, all the alphabet people. So we're hoping everything will go on schedule.
Okay, any other questions? And we can, I'm sorry, go ahead. I did.
Job from the Bible, just patience. I'm sorry, I'm being funny and silly. I don't mean any disrespect, but the patience has been unbearable, and there's been some mischaracterizations about things, and I don't want to really belabor or admonish anybody. When I took that restaurant over, it was not a dumpster pad. I don't know where that came from. I'm not sure what I'm not sure. We're on the same team. We're really trying to figure out how to get this done. Just like your parking problem that you mentioned earlier, there's a lot of issues that you just got to figure out a way to do. And that's what we're here to do. That's what I started doing in 2014, maybe it was. Permitted the thing, spent our own money. I shouldn't get so passionate about this. It's just frustrating. The pad needs to get fixed. I would say on one level, if you did nothing else but fix the thing, do it yesterday. Don't wait another minute. But if you do, you're short-sighted. I'm going to tell you that. You're short-sighted if you think that's a dumpster pad. They took the recycling out of the place because we didn't have room for it. There's hot water heaters out there. There were propane tanks out there. There were all kinds of things out there. A restaurant has to operate with a lot of needs and requirements. And you can say, well, it's like this business or that business. Live with it, breathe it, have your people do it. We're talking about chemicals. I guess they're chemicals. Maybe they're chemicals, soaps, dish stuff, pouring deodorant out there, to clean up something or whatever it might be. It would be extremely, extremely short-sighted not to make that thing be what it can be. If all you did was that, okay, we'll live with it. We can deal with it. We as you mentioned, Mr. Bryan, we deal with an awful lot. That kitchen, that space, it was made for a place that was doing about $600,000 a year when the former people were in there. We're doing a lot more business of that. It's good for us. It's good for you. I'm not looking to have anybody do anything for us. This isn't doing one bit of good other than making that facility what it ought to be and making the place safe and able to be used. I'll walk you through. Come over, Eric, come over. We'll walk through, spend a week there. You'll see what goes on and has to go on and what you can't take in having a storage place, because we have a storage place. Get it, understand it. This isn't the first rodeo. Anyway, any questions? Sorry.
Anyone? Okay. All right. I guess I'll open it up for public comment now. Anyone from the public like? Yeah.
Well, hello, Steve Daly, 1764 Windsong Circle. The news got the bullet points. That's where you probably failed. I went down there and asked for the plans, so you try to understand what y'all are voting on, as you tried to understand what you supposedly had. So if you'd done pretty pictures and stuff like you did for the hotel on what was happening, people wouldn't think they're expanding the restaurant at our cost. Things like that happen. And then maybe if you do the financials, we invested, we bought it as a city. We run it, we get rent. How much we get every year and where the money goes. If we save $20,000 a year for renovations, whatever we're obligated to do, $400,000 might not be bad at this time. But you tell people you're going to spend $500,000 for a dumpster. We're not communicating. We didn't tell everybody how much we've made in the last 20 years when we should have. Now we get to redo the dumpster. If we're going to do it in 2015, it's been 7 years. Did we save $60,000 a year to do it? We should have if we're making 110. Or where does that money go and what does the city spend it on? These are things when people build stadiums in big cities where I lived. They're supposed to get money back. Then they're supposed to do something with it. So when they need to put new turf down and they tell the people that live there they're going to spend $8 million to put new turf down, they should have had the $8 million, not raise your taxes. So you got to find a better way, and everybody needs to do that better, and I've said it before. We're kind of short-sighted, so now we're in an emergency situation on this dumpster thing. The big one works because maybe they have a plan how to use it. If they present that to you, maybe half that new place would have worked if you'd had more time to input. How do you move stuff around? I've worked in companies where we had to expand our business in the same building. So we've all played that game. Or you have to go to a new building, but then guess what again? You have to put your equipment in for maybe the next expansion. So I'm just saying as a taxpayer, it seems like we just get hit with the $500,000. We don't get hit with, here's how we got here. Here's how we saved our money. It's not really $500,000 more than we should have spent. We had the money over in this pot because we own it to make money, I would assume. We're not just running it and break even, I would guess. Or we shouldn't have it. You can just shut it down. If we're making money for the benefit of the city in some way, shape, or form through advertising money because it is a peer restaurant, or we're actually making money because he makes money. So renovations are his, up to a point are ours, and both of us should be able to afford it. Or he shouldn't be there, or we shouldn't be there. So I'm just saying, I had to go get information down at the building department, his history, what he thought, then I hear yours. But as I said again, we come to a meeting, we get hit even faster than you all do with a little bit. Because you may have gotten a presentation package, we don't.
Thanks, sir.
So just talk a little more before you do it.
Good job.
Good evening, Quentin Parker, South Flagler Avenue. Little history. I was a former planner estimator for the federal government, so can you understand where I'm going to come from? Where's the original estimate on this? Where's the plans for these originally? I see we got a drawing now. Where was this 6 years ago? And I know it's not on your plate, but it is on your plate now. Where's the estimates? Who did the cost estimates? Who did the planning? Where can we find this at? Are they on file? And what are they going to do with the trash and the tippies and everything else while this is being torn down? Is it going to be put over by the city building? Probably. It's a great place. Put a dumpster there, put it in there, let them carry it away. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Robin Openshaw, 100 Marina Bay. Can I talk about something besides a dumpster?
No.
No? Only dumpster?
Yeah.
So there's like a later time they can
It
talk about
is.
something besides a dumpster? Okay.
Later on you can. Thank you.
Dan Scotland, 1535 South Central. Just out of curiosity, what's going to happen to the restaurant when the pier goes under construction?
Okay, we'll answer that question. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Bruno, 2740 Ocean. My question, two things. The profit that we're making, that he's saying 130 a year. Do we pay electric? Do we pay water? What do we pay? What are our expenses that come out of that 130?
Okay, answer. You can ask all your
Okay,
questions.
I'm asking a question.
Well, once you finish all your questions, we'll
Easy,
answer.
pal. Easy. All right, second question. Why can't he put another closet inside the restaurant? It's space. What governs how many people sit in that restaurant? If we need to put something in our house, we have to build it in the house. And my third question, you keep talking about, was it a dumpster pad, was it a holding, whatever. We should have plans on that building. Every building has the dedicated area. If it's a bedroom, it's listed as a bedroom. It's a bathroom, it's a bathroom. And that's for tax reason, that's for engineering. If it's a dumpster pad, there had to be different engineering back years ago because the load on the floor is different than the restaurant. So these are all, I know you're going back and forth about what it is. These are questions that can be answered by looking at the existing plans. And that's all I have.
Thanks, sir. Not everybody at one time.
Rick Bellimer, Flagler Beach. Commissioner Mealy was the only one that was around back when this all started. And actually, it was during Bruce Campbell's watch that it was brought to his attention. Of course, Larry Newsom was past the issue, just as you were when you came aboard. But that was back in 2016, January 2016. Then hurricanes ensued for the next couple of years, delaying the project. After some emergency repairs along the way and switching to tipping carts from a dumpster, it raised to the top of Larry Newsom's list again. There's no denying that since the beginning, our tenant, Mr. Barchet, has been lobbying for additions to the restaurant and the dumpster area. As early as 2016, he wanted to put walk-in coolers out where the dumpster area is. Larry approached the commission soliciting feedback, at which time he was given the direction to advise Barchet that any additional square footage would require renegotiation of the lease. At that point, we were told by Mr. Newsom that the tenant opted out. January 20th, 2020, Larry contracted with an architect for 2 separate drawings. Where did these go? I've been asking for years. 3 city managers, where are the plans? Where are the plans? Well, they're not done yet. Well, we paid $9,000 for a set of plans that were negotiated for in 2020. What happened to them? Why was the commission, you say I didn't do anything while I was up there. I was asking monthly, always, where are the plans? Well, where did they go? We paid $9,000 for them. Nobody's seen them. Then this comes up, last meeting, and you guys might have been given the plans, but it wasn't in the backup on the website. So the public didn't have access to those plans at that point. Newsom had the foresight to ask for two different sets of plans. One as it is now, and with the added space. It's cost us $150,000. It's coming out of the general fund to add that extra space. And the transparency was awful, absolutely awful.
Robbie Robert, 600 Cumberland, Flagler Beach. Man, I come up here with this paper and I got 4 questions on it, but listening to tonight, I've got a whole new deal here. But my complaint before was the cost, and I didn't know how many square feet this was going to work out to, but if it's built as presented, it looks like $708 per square foot. So I got online today and did a little more research trying to find what do we build that compares to that. The closest thing I could find was high-rise office space at $654 per square foot. Now I'm going to read my 4 questions, and I'm going to give them to you so you'll have them to answer. Question number 1, did that $420,000 include the $36,000 already spent on plans? Already paid to the architect? Question number 2, is there a plan in place to negotiate a new lease, since this construction is going to be adding more area to the building from his original lease? And if we do that, I kind of suggest that maybe we use a outside real estate agent to negotiate that lease. It's a city resident here. Question number 3, how do we end up in this now publicly embarrassing ordeal, since it's been all over the newspaper? And question number 4 is, what's your plan to make it right with our citizens? I'm done.
You can give them to the clerk, please. Thank you.
Anthony Sinelli, 204 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. I agree, something needs to be done. It is despicable, deplorable. If you look at where the pilings are washed out, that's where the dune is covered. All right, where the area you're talking about taking has vegetation on it. If you go in and cover it up, what's going to happen to the dune? The dune's going to wash out. Back in 2016, the piping was leaking, the pipes were leaking, there was sewage being leaked onto the beach. If you go down there right now and you look at the grease trap, there's grease on the beach. I have pictures of it, okay? You guys need to do the piping. You need to take care of the environmental stuff. You can't have stormwater, all right, rain, falling on your garbage and your chemicals and washing onto the beach. You're poisoning the beach. You're supposed to be taking care of it, and you're not. And I don't think this is going to fix it. You're not addressing any of those problems. It's horrible. I've got the pictures from 2016 to prove it. The pipes were hung up, or presumably by the city, with cotton rope. I had to make a website and embarrass the city into fixing it. All right? Ray remembers. You guys got to do something, but I don't think this is it. Bring in some engineers, get a plan, and fix it, but fix it right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Chris Bakke, 1624 South Central. Most of the things have been brought up that I wanted to say, but I just want to know, is the city making money leasing this building? That's got to be a huge, huge factor. If we're making money some of these proposals are not too outrageous. But if we're not making money, we ought to do the least we can do, as cheap as we can do it, for the protection of the citizens here and their pocketbooks. This sort of starts to remind me of that old story of the two gentlemen in Florida who started a business. They went to California, went up to Georgia, and were buying watermelons for $1 a piece. Brought them back to their stand and sold them for $1 a piece. And man, they're doing business like you wouldn't believe. And finally, one partner said, I know all this money, but something's not right. And his buddy said, yeah, I know, but don't worry. We just need to buy a bigger truck. And I think that's what we're kind of looking at here, you know? And I just thought of this little thing before about the parking. We can't solve our parking problems now, and we want to bring more tourists. Something's wrong. Something's really, really wrong. Nothing against the restaurant. Restaurants come and go. T-shirts come and go. I could care less about it really as far as why I moved to Flagler Beach. That has no reason why I'm here. And I'll bet you 90% of the citizens here have no reason to want the things that you seem to be promoting. It's the opposite of why they moved here. Time for another discussion on that later. You know,
please.
I just want people to realize, I'm going to talk for other meetings, and I've got a lot of other proposals, but I just want to comment on what we're doing here. If we don't know we're making money and how much long is this lease on there, put some patchwork on it, get out of the business. We don't belong in that business anyway. If it was another landlord who had the building for profit, think of what he would do. And like the other gentleman said, when I went over there and calculated the size of that place, I measured it 20 by 20, which was generous. It's not that big. And your proposal there would be over $1,000 a square foot. That is, something's wrong. I can tell you, something is wrong. I'm not saying we got to repair it. I'm not saying that. But $1,000 a foot? You got to be kidding me. Somebody's done their math wrong, or somebody, it's just wrong. You know, you can't be that high. Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Strite from Oak Place. A couple of questions, and I apologize for being here late and not having all the information, but I had some questions after hearing everything going on. Are we tied into the contractor or a contractor at this point?
Once you finish answering all your questions, we will respond to them.
Okay.
Okay?
Because the next item would be, in my background, the best way to have approached this is send it out to a group of contractors from wherever they want to bid it from on a design build basis. Let them come up with the design. They're responsible for everything. So there are no change orders between the city's engineer and what the contractor has on the drawings that don't work, things of that nature. My next question is, was there any attempt to do any value engineering with the current contractor to have him come up with ideas on how to improve whatever the engineer has designed? I've not seen the plans. I walked over to the area the other day and looked at it. I had a heck of a time getting in. They didn't want to let me in to just take a look at it. But yes, it is in deplorable condition. Something has to be done about it, like some of the folks have said here, sooner than later. It's another huge liability that the city has taken on and not dealt with, in my opinion. But there are other ways to get the cost down. But whether it's $700 a square foot, $1,000 a square foot, it's all crazy. It's got to be looked at. My recommendation would be to go design build to whoever wants to look at it, as long as they're qualified bidders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is public comment. Are you going to speak for public comment or what?
Well, sorry, yeah, just me again. Kind of like the stool pigeon. You got to slap me once to get me to talk and once to get me to shut up. But, you know, I own a pier down in Daytona Beach Shores and a restaurant on it. And I don't think anybody should be taken too much to task for the price and the cost of it and the numbers that are thrown around. we're doing work down there all the time, heavy material piling work over the ocean, all kinds of things. The money is the money, and that's a function of the reality of where costs have gone today. It's not your fault, it's not previous administration's cost, it's not anything. I just kind of want to put that out there because I wouldn't want to see something get held up, no matter what's done. Big, small, whatever. I mean, I would take each of you and I would think could convince you why it needs to be bigger. But if not, that's your decision. That's not my decision. I just want to make sure that everybody understands none of this was done for our. I guess I can't. Can I say that? I mean, it really isn't doing anything except making the building work correctly. Anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Now I can talk about something else, right?
No. I promise I will personally call you when it's time to talk about something else. Anyone else like to speak on this item?
You know what? Just because we've been...
Hold on, please. Come up to the mic and then give your name. Okay.
Rowan Lasharelli. I live
Okay.
at 301 Connecticut. And I just have to say, one, this is the first time I've been to one of these meetings, and I'm seeing the dynamics of this. And I'm embarrassed, honestly. I wouldn't have ever imagined that we could be grown-ups sitting in a room where we're talking about people's lives at risk. And there's no one saying, you know what, we're going to get this done. I haven't heard anybody say that. We need to, but I haven't heard one person take responsibility and say, we're going to do it. And the person that gets injured at these things is not the guy who owns the pier and not you guys. It's people like me that have worked in restaurants our entire lives. And I was a sign language interpreter and cut my finger off because of a situation like this. Do something. Take responsibility and do it. This is appalling. And I'm like embarrassed. So there's my...
We're not at the point yet. Don't give it up. Don't give up on us.
Well...
We have to go through this process.
You know, it's a process, I understand, but it's been 8 years.
I know.
It's been
We'll explain it to her.
8 years
Okay.
that you've been doing this process, and someone's going to lose a finger, if not a leg. So fix it.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments? Don't get pissed off. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. And we're only discussing this because please don't remark from the audience. We're trying to conduct business here.
Did you want me to speak on that point?
Go ahead.
So what they're discussing tonight, at the last meeting, they actually awarded the contract for the work. So that's why you may be hearing, it sounds like a kind of circular conversation, but the action has already been taken to address it. And there's been some requests from the public and from the board to have a deeper discussion on it. So that's why it's been kind of a free-ranging discussion, but the approval has already been made.
Can I react to some of the things?
Sure. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to respond to some of the questions that were asked during the public comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Mealy.
I'm trying, Ray, to have the patience of Job, too, because there are things I would love to say that I won't. But if you want to know if the city has a budget, the city has a budget. We spend a lot of time, the city manager and staff put a lot of time into putting it together. We meet in July and August and September and vote on it. It's online. I just looked to make sure it's still there. If you thought I was reading my email, I was not. I was looking at the budget. You can see how much we bring in, how much is spent, where the money goes. I'm not trying to hide anything. So please, some of the onus is on you. As citizens who want to be informed, some of the onus is on you, if you're that interested. We cannot go through past history on every single issue that we bring up here. Yes, we have new commissioners. but it's the onus is on them to be caught up. If you came in the middle of an issue, look back and see what happened. Whether you're a commissioner, a new commissioner, relatively new commissioner, medium commissioner, or you're a member of the public, everything is online. You can find it easily. If you can't find it, Penny and her staff will help you. To go to bid as a design build sounds wonderful. As Mr. Whitson said, I don't know, an hour and a half ago, or however long we've been on this, we put this out for bid twice. And it wasn't until the third time that we got this one bid. So if we put it out again and look for a design build this time, we're not going to get one. This guy in the meantime is going to go away somewhere. And we'll have somebody hurt at the pier because they went out on that dumpster area or whatever it is called.
And just to add to that, during the period of time when the city manager did come to us and he says, I'm not getting anyone. No one's coming. We need to go out again. And it was that time that he came to this commission and said, I need your permission to go out for another bid. I need to put this out there again on a broader scope to try to get somebody in there because they're all busy. No one's responding. And I know I personally responded. I said, we got to get this done. We just can't keep putting this off. We've got to get it done. Put it out worldwide if you have to, but let's put it out there and get some money.
I was there.
Go ahead.
That was the end of my speech. For now.
Okay. Does anyone want to address any of the other questions that were there? Had a lot of them. Cost estimates. Mr. Whitson, you want to address that as far as cost estimates?
Yes, sir. We put $500,000 in the budget for this job, and the bid came in at $420,000. So I was happy. But I realize it is a lot of money. That original estimate came from Mr. Pizzulli. And that's what we used. And that's all I can tell you is that we've been working with Joseph Pizzulli on this project, and that's where the numbers came from, and that's why it was in the budget, and that's why the commission approved it. And as soon as we got the opportunity to get the plans, we put them out for bid.
Okay, the cost, one of the individuals asked whether or not the cost that we're incurring here included the architectural design and that kind of thing there.
It does not.
Okay.
But that is a cost that we will take into account. And I have told Mr. Barchet on, 10 or 11 occasions now, that when we get a number from a contractor for a kitchen expansion, we will not only consider that number as well as the soft costs in the expansion of the kitchen, and we would renegotiate the lease to make sure that he, as you have directed, pays for it, not just the hard cost, but the soft cost as well. But it's a process, and I can't negotiate without a number. And the only number I've got on the table right now is one bid from one contractor. And that's what I'm dealing with. And I'm just asking and pleading, if you want to solve the problem, that we move forward.
Okay, one of the questions was, and it had to do with the budgeting, but I think Commissioner Mealy addressed that as far as where does the money go. The money does come in, and it does go in, and it goes into the budget, and then it's allocated accordingly. Whether or not it was set aside for this particular project, no, because it's been discussed for years and years, and even though the desire was to have it done, it was never budgeted for. I think that pretty much answers that question. One of the other questions.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, sure. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Again, this past year, I've been here 1 year now. But one of the recommendations I certainly would make is that we establish an R&R fund for things like this. And that's, again, the kind of thing that we'll correct over time in the budget process. But I can't correct things that were done before I arrived.
Okay, you also discussed the lease, and I think someone had a question about the new lease and all. I think you just covered that as far as renegotiating the lease itself, and once those things are followed through, then that would happen. In regard to some of the comments on the sewage and pipes and things of this nature, of vetting or venting down into the sand and all, I would assume that once they start construction and renovating all of that, all of those pipes and things of that nature would be completely replaced.
Yes, and Mr. McFadden has, I in fact directed him to go out and check the facility, and what appears to be, pollution going on to the beach is condensation coming from the lines that are underneath. The grease trap was expanded some years ago to address the issue Mr. Sinelli was bringing up. And so, again, unless that's happened, in the last few days, we've checked those things, and we're confident that it's in pretty good shape. And obviously, in the construction process, we would proactively look for those things.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Not in response to...
What was your question?
It was about budgeting. I answered it.
No, you did.
Yes, I did.
Do we pay for electric? Do we pay for water?
I'm pretty sure the tenant pays water and electric.
Pretty sure is that exact statement?
I didn't come in with the lease in mind, but I know I wrote the lease, and unless it was negotiated and renegotiated, unless it was the commission changed it, then it would be tenant pays.
Answer my question.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, comments from the audience. Okay, we're trying to conduct business here. So decorum requires you to come to the podium and state your name. All right? So no more yelling from the audience, please.
Hold on. I asked the question, and you said to me, you will answer my question when I'm done.
Right.
So when you don't answer the question, what are we supposed to do?
Come to the podium.
No, you're not allowed.
Sir, please.
You're not allowed.
Sir, please. Let's be civil here, okay?
No, let's be civil. Answer the question.
Well, you're not allowed to get up and start yelling at people.
He just made a comment.
All right, just calm down,
You
okay?
shouldn't make that comment.
Please, calm down.
I'm just telling you what I feel.
I know how you feel, but if you want to feel that way, you can go outside,
Listen,
okay?
you're ridiculous, guy.
Whatever. Okay, we're here to conduct business, and, we are one of the fewer boards in this entire county that's considered to be civil. You may grin and you may, whatever. But, we open this up so that you have an opportunity to engage and discuss a property that we have in the city. We make decisions based on the information that we have. And as we said before, this has been an 8-year project. And until it became political, no one was even really interested. This information has been out there for forever. No one ever got any interest whatsoever about what was going on in the Funky Pelican, but it has been discussed quite a few times. And sure, this is a lot of money to spend. But do you want to talk to the attorney about what the liability issues are if someone, like the individual that got hurt before, was to bring a suit against the city because we failed to move? I'm not prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to continue moving the goalposts or kick the can down the road until we finally come up with a number that we're satisfied with. I think we've done as best as we can with the resources that we have in this climate of cost. So we wait another 6 months, and you know what? The cost is probably going to increase, and we may not even have anyone to do it. So those are my final comments. I think we've had full discussion. And I don't think it requires any action, correct, Drew?
No action is required.
Okay, on that point then, I think it's probably an appropriate time for us to take about a 15-minute break.
Yes, please.
And we'll come back and take on general.
Do you mind if I just make a quick comment here?
Go ahead.
Just to maybe address a few things here. I think that hopefully this is a learning experience for all of us here, right? So I think hopefully we'll get better from this, and this is what I hope to see. And I understand the frustration of the cost point. But, this definitely is something we need to learn from and get better from. And I think it starts with, we had our strategic plan. But, maybe, again, as a landlord, we have to budget for these things and know about these things. And again, why we are here today, I'm not sure. I mean, there was a lot, we had COVID, we had a lot of different things. We had turnover between, Mr. Whitson and, Mr. Newsom. So, I mean, there's different things that, that led us to this point. But I really just, hope that this is a learning experience for us, and that we plan. I don't know if it's that we, for our tenants that we, rent between the golf course and the Funky Pelican, we develop a plan. Okay, we walk the property with them. We take Mr. McFadden, Mr. Whitson, they come back to us and say, hey guys, this is what we have. Here's our timeline. This is what we need to do, and we need to get it done. We start budgeting for that ahead of time. And so hopefully we don't get to this point again to where, again,
we did.
I understand that.
We did everything you just said.
But why wasn't it done? And I'm not trying to fight with you, Commissioner, but all I'm saying is that this was in 2014. You guys, I mean, and again, I'm not trying to beat this into the ground, and I'm not trying to place blame on anybody that's ever served up here. But I just have to say that, this is unfortunate that, and again, this is an attack on you, because I mean, not by any means, but I just think that I think we just need to start looking at everything holistically here. And, maybe when it comes time for budget season again, we number the Funky Pelican and say, this is what we have, again, just being good landlords. And so we have a plan in place, and that we couldn't agree on something back in 2014 is where I'm struggling. Again, I'm not trying to pass judgment here or anything, and I'm not trying to, drag this out any longer than it is, Mr. Chairman. But I just think it's something that we need, I guess, us and, even, all of us collectively as people that represent this city, we just need to develop something, hopefully moving forward. That, again, this is a learning lesson for all of us, and that, we don't ever have to come back to something like this again.
Well, I think it's a very valid comment, and, it's not a waste of time, because that's the reason we have our strategic plans. And, in each strategic planning session that we have, we add something to it and we learn something from it. And I think we'd already allocated, just like the parking lots, for example, nothing had been done to the parking lots in years. And then last year we decided, we need to do something here, and let's budget for these kinds of things here. And this is another example of it. I mean, if you're a landlord and you're owning a property, you set money aside in order to take care of it for emergencies.
Having served for as long as I have, it makes it sound like we were a bunch of idiots all along. We made plans. We had recession. Forget COVID. I'm going back. We went through a recession. We had a city manager who told every department, cut everything. We're not spending anything. So we had that. So that put it off. Then he didn't get rehired after 5 years of let's not spend any money. Then we got Mr. Newsom, who did great for a while, and then he got sick. Then we had COVID. Then we hired a new city manager. Changes in the commission. It's not one thing that makes it, and it's that, not that we didn't want to do it. All these other factors come in the way. So I know that sitting out there, you probably think we're a bunch of jerks. We are not a bunch of jerks. Thank you for agreeing with me, Mrs. Strite. We finally agree on one thing.
Please do not comment from the audience.
No, she's just nodding her head.
Okay. I hear some comments, though. Anyway. Well, I think it's very productive, and
it was. And just one last thing.
Sure.
We have the money allocated for this project.
Yes.
We will not be using, taxpayer money in the future for this project. We have it allocated already. Yes, taxpayer money, but it's already been allocated.
Back in the back here.
Sorry, we've already closed public comment, and it's time for a break.
You didn't answer my question, one of them. Would somebody answer it? Was the contractor asked to evaluate engineering?
I know, I have to find out where we are. Okay, we're going to continue with item 9 on the agenda. Resolution 2022-09. Mr. Whitson. Andrew.
Resolution 2022-09, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, authorizing Mayor Susie Johnston to execute a memorandum of agreement between the City of Flagler Beach and the Florida Department of Transportation for the maintenance of state road rights-of-way by the city, setting forth an effective date.
Okay, commissioners, any comments, discussion?
Nope.
I talked to Mr. Whitson about this. The only comment that I had is that they did a fantastic job of mowing the grass and cutting all the trees down under the bridge. However, my wife was on her way out to work or somewhere the other day, and she calls me and she says, there's a doe inside of the fenced area trying to get out, and the poor thing was hitting the fence, and he was locked in and didn't know his way out. So, being the person she is that loves animals, she went in there and spent a substantial amount of time until she managed to get the thing out to the gate, and then she was afraid she was going to get hit by a car. But it finally found its way and ran off into the woods.
Just had one question.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
City Manager, you might have some insight on this. Is there any lead time until they start looking at compliance? And I'll give you an example. So we have the overgrowth problem with the sidewalks on the north and south side. And that's going to take a little bit of time to get our arms around. So, but I'm not seeing any type of time since this gets started for us to actually get on it before we have to worry about repercussions.
Great question. My understanding from having done this many years in Florida is that this is an annual type situation for them. They renew these agreements with multiple municipalities and jurisdictions across the state. So it's very rare that they come in and look at it. I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying that they sent their comments back to me, and they were clear, and they agreed to it, and we will implement this as fast as we can. We are actually down one position, which you all said I could fill. So we're trying to recruit for that position, and then we have another person who may have to leave his current position. So we're down some positions, but the bottom line is we do have a good crew, and we're going to get on it as soon as we can.
And just as a follow-up, are you comfortable with the staffing for us to be able to get to those sidewalks in a reasonable amount of time? And the reason why I ask is we're in growing season, everything started again, and so I've heard from numerous citizens and one tonight about how some of the sidewalks are almost getting unusable because of that. Is that something that can get done soon?
Yeah, again, it's a function of staffing, and like I said, if I could keep people and we don't have these hiring challenges, I think we'll make more progress. But again, we're going to be talking with you in this next budget cycle. One of the challenges we have is what I would call structural pay. And what I mean by that is people can make more at Dairy Queen or Buc-ee's than they can working for the city. So if, we'll try and recruit people, we'll try to fill the positions, try to, move these things forward. But one of the barriers to doing that is pay. And so I'll be asking for your help in the future budget, the next coming budget year. But right now, we're all systems go, and we're going to get on it as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, I had one question.
If I could, just one point on Eric's first question. One thing I think to keep in mind there with the condition is we are taking it over in the condition that FDOT has kept it. So they're not in a very good position to tell us, we don't like the way you're keeping that, since it's in the condition that they're handing it to us in.
True. One of the things I didn't see in there is the frequency of cutting and all, and I guess I didn't see anything in the contract that requires us to have, is it up to your discretion to the frequency of cutting, or whatever?
Yes, sir. Most of I was noticing that myself. Usually these kinds of things will say 42 cuts, right, or whatever. In this case, they didn't put it in, so we're just going to, leave it up to our discretion. But I'll tell you this, that FDOT's typical practice is to cut it 3 times a year, whether it needs it or not. So, like Drew's comment, whatever we do will be a vast improvement over what they would do.
That's pretty evident with what was growing under the bridge, because I didn't realize there's so much foliage under there, and there's a lawn that was cut. Any other comments?
I just had a quick question. Mr. Woodson, just about the fertilizer and the weed control, does that require any special, to have any of our staff like certified in that, or?
Yes,
okay.
And they are.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
And one of the things we want to do in the future, again, it comes down to a budget item, is that I'm pushing a policy in the future. It's not been the city's practice in the past, but I want to try to make this change, is that if someone goes and they study and they get a license or a certification, they ought to be compensated in some way, maybe $1 an hour or what have you. And so right now my understanding is in the past we really haven't been consistent in that and really not been building that into our budgets. But it's my hope that in the future we could, address those things.
We do that with some of our other positions, though, don't we? Wastewater and...
Yeah, in some of the public safety ones.
Right.
But not all. And in fact, one of the complaints or concerns that brought my attention for the fire department, for example, was they would like to put some incentive pay in there for paramedics, because it takes a heck of a lot of schooling and training to get that certification. Yet, you know what I'm saying, the compensation for it isn't automatic. And so what I'd like to do is try to build a team such that that's understood, that it becomes part of our culture, and obviously we would have to budget for it.
Okay, I think it's a great idea. I mean, I was talking to the police chief yesterday, and he has challenges as well, because I think that our law enforcement officers are probably less paid than many of the others, but there are other incentives that he provides that draws them to Flagler Beach. Okay, any other comments? Can I open this up for public comment? Seeing none, I break.
Sorry, I was so slow. Rick Duggan.
You're old like me.
Just a couple things. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to look at the ongoing agreement, but this is a total rewrite from what was in place for the past 3 years. This is a 3-year agreement. So whatever it is, stuck with for 3 years. I was going to bring up the fact that you need spray license to spread fertilizer in public areas. So glad to hear that somebody has that qualification. So we are going out to Colbert, all the way to Colbert, from what I'm still reading.
You can respond.
Yes, but only on the south side. So we take in from a little beyond the sign, the city limit sign, but only on the south side. Palm Coast does the center and the north side.
Okay, that's how I always remembered it, but it wasn't clear in the way it's written.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I close public comment, bring it back, excuse me, for motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2022-09.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion. Penny, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion carries unanimously. The next item is ordinance number, I'm just seeing which one I am, 2022-05. 07.
Ordinance number 2022-07, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, relating to signs, amending Article 7 of the City of Flagler Beach Land Development Regulations relating to signs, amending provisions related to temporary signs, expanding the area in which temporary A-frame signs, sandwich signs are allowed, providing for severability, providing for codification, conflicts, and an effective date.
Okay, any discussion, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it to the public for public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on this particular item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion.
Make a motion that we approve ordinance 2022-07 on final reading.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. And could you please close the roll?
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes to the motion. The motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is ordinance number 2022-05.
Ordinance number 2022-05, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, relating to the outdoor display of retail merchandise, providing location, size, and time requirements for outdoor displays of retail merchandise, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Okay, any comments, commissioners? Commissioner Mealy.
All right. On page, we don't have page, line number 67. Such displays must be located within 7 feet of the exterior wall. That seems awfully far out to me. I'm wondering if we could modify that.
Which line is that?
67.
Okay.
From my perspective, almost everything in this is policy, so these are conversations for you all to have. These numbers and distances, there's not a legal reason. It was just me trying to find common ground. So you don't have to look to me to ask if you can.
All right.
It's for you guys to discuss.
Okay, fine, thank you. Well, there one correction on line 26. Development, I think it's patterns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I would like to discuss the distance. I'm going to start out with, I'm opposed to having stuff outside except for firewood and propane and things that aren't safe to be inside.
I had
So I'm going to start with that.
Well.
So I'm given this, and I'm going to try and modify it so that I can try to live with it. So I think 7 feet going out is too far.
I had circulated, and I thought it was a good distance also, but and the only reason I did that is because I was thinking in terms of the neighboring buildings or businesses that might be there. So, I mean, that's why
Can I get, can I get a little bit of clarification on line number 111?
Can I finish?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that was my first. So should we talk about each thing separately, or should I put them all out there?
Put them all out there, because we might have to.
Get them all out there, and if we had to.
Okay, my next comment was on line 89. I don't know what it means. No more than 2 outdoor clothing displays. Does that mean 2 items of clothing, or does it mean 2 separate racks? I don't know what it means.
Racks. If you look at 84 through up to that point, clothing displays shall be no taller than 5 feet in height. Individual clothing displays shall be no longer than 6 feet along the longest dimension.
So it's 2 racks.
Yeah, so really, clothing display, I had a rack in mind, but if somebody was using something other than a rack, that still would let them, if they were using mannequins or individual hangers or something like that, other than a rack, this just kind of bounded whatever their display is, it gave boundaries to it.
Okay. On line 90, clothing displayed outside shall not be used or secondhand. We have had retail shops. Sometimes there's what looks like brand new clothing because it still has the tags on it. Grandma died and never wore this thing, and now it's in a resale shop. So
St. Vincent de Paul's the perfect example.
Yeah, well, even we've had one that I can think of offhand was on North Central, where Swilliby's is, at the south end of that plaza. There was a fairly good, so I don't know, can't think of what's there now, but there was a fairly good sized resale shop, and they had some really nice things, and I think some of it was new.
We can go ahead and address it. I'll write my comments on that one.
So to say that it can't be used secondhand, I know you were trying to say it can't be junky stuff, but maybe there's another way of wording it. My next concern was on line 103. No more than 10 linear feet of sporting and home goods shall be displayed at any one time. So then going back to number 5, 2.06.03.5, line 62 to 677, doesn't it kind of conflict? Or one affect the other?
You're talking about not extending beyond the right-of-way lines.
Well, that...
You're hearing the wrong thing. So I know your comment is about, I've lost it. The linear feet, 103, right? Line 103 is your comment?
Mm-hmm.
What's the line number that you have me comparing?
I saw that one.
I guess 74.
Okay.
Such displays, if located along the front of the building, shall not extend or be located beyond the area between two lines drawn perpendicular to the right-of-way, blah, blah, blah.
So front corners of the building, lines that run straight out to the right-of-way.
Okay.
That's your boundary for left to right along the front. If you've got 50 feet there, you could have a 10 linear foot and fit well within that boundary.
Okay.
So that would be similar to 85, when it says 6 feet along the longest dimension?
Yeah, that too, yeah.
'85 is for clothing displays.
Okay.
That's why, I was trying to have different criteria for different types of displays.
All right, got it.
Oh, because this is for sporting goods, okay. Line 115, firewood displays shall occupy an area no greater than 25 feet. That means it could be 1 foot by 25, or it could be 5 by 5, or so you're making it different because it's firewood, not an outdoor clothing display or a sporting good?
Correct. It was trying to have criteria based on what was being used, in addition to the general criteria that we start off with. And 5 by 5 is what I had in mind. And if it's the concern about the 1 by 25, we could put a max length on that can solve that.
Okay, I would feel better about that. Line 125, I think you left the word no out. Propane cages shall be no longer than 6 feet, I think.
Yes, thank you.
And that's it.
Can I get, I just need some clarification on line 111, where it mentions firewood displays located on private property. I was, a little bit, I wasn't sure how that fits into the ordinance. I just need a little bit of clarification on that.
Help me with the question. What are you asking?
How, if, I'm kind of questioning, like, if somebody has firewood on their property.
Are you thinking, when you say this only applies to commercial displays?
Okay, because it says.
So this would, I understand that it says on private property, but the store is a private property.
Okay, all right, that's all I needed,
And
okay.
so the ordinance as a whole only applies to commercial displays.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good clarification.
You can go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, I just have a couple.
I have more than a
Thank
couple.
you, Commissioner Cooley. Line 35, the commission finds that size and time restrictions on outdoor merchandise displays are appropriate on the Berry Island to protect the aesthetic appeal and natural beauty of the city. So you put the time frame 9 to 7. Later, is that what you're, in here somewhere it says that, especially displays for the clothing displays? Okay, is everybody okay with 9 to 7? I mean, 9 seems, to me 9 seems kind of late. Because nothing's even open.
Well, I think that was Drew's point. I mean, I don't mind changing it, but I think Drew's point was that if the store is closed, that stuff should be inside.
Okay.
I think that's what you were saying.
Well, if the store is closed, definitely the stuff should be inside, but I was, again, also trying to address the various comments that I'd heard before and the stuff. You know, and even from, I think what we heard of the public, I mean, it's the pedestrian traffic that this is really intended to grab. And when the sun's down and it's dark outside, you're not really grabbing that attention.
Right. We don't want people to trip.
So it wasn't just that it's closed, but if it's closed, yes, it should be inside. But even if you're open after dark, is there really a purpose for having the outdoor displays?
Okay.
At least that outdoor display.
Okay, and then just the last thing for my purpose, number 70, at all times, a minimum of one obstructed pedestrian path at least 5 feet wide to building entrances shall be maintained. So if I have a business, so 5 feet on one side, just try to understand the pedestrian path.
A way to get to your front door, yes.
Okay.
So if you had two sidewalks, two 5-foot sidewalks, one coming this way and one coming this way,
right,
and you put a display over on this side,
right,
that would be permissible as long as this pathway to your front door.
The other side. Okay, great. That's all I had.
Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, my thoughts are a little different. I understand the intent. I love you, Drew. You're a good guy.
He already warned me, so he's not
I get the intent. Here's the issue. This is a perfect example of unintended consequences that we have within this ordinance, and I'm going to go through why, and I have a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm almost, it's so far off that I'm wondering if this is even the right approach, because this is going to affect almost every retailer on the island. And it's going to affect almost every retailer on the island in a very negative way. This ordinance is Exhibit A of why the state legislature guys, terrible wording, is passing that law that is making us do due diligence on the impact it is going to have on businesses. I feel like the timing is not a coincidence. We're trying to get it done before that kicks in to save labor with staff and all that. But here's the thing. That law is designed to protect businesses from laws that are being proposed exactly like this. And I know we like home rule and everything. We're behaving in a way that is justifying them to pass laws to take our home rule away. This is egregious, the way it's written, on so many levels. We will get into it. But honestly, I think we're going to have to take a different approach, because I told Drew earlier, and I'll tell y'all, whenever I come up with where I say I don't think it's going to work, I always try to offer a suggestion. And I don't think there is a good suggestion. I think we need to partner with our retailers, which hasn't been done in the inspiration to what drove this. And I know the retailer that is involved in this, and nobody has sat down with him and said, look, there's concerns from the public about your displays. Can we collectively work on this? It hasn't happened. And here we are legislating something that we want when we didn't even bother to talk to. So let's talk about the paper in front of us. And this will probably never pass the sniff test for FB3. I'm just putting it out there. There's far too many retailers that this is going to have an impact on, and a big impact. And you're going to have to bear with me, because I have to look at my phone because I forgot my note sheet, and my notes are in my phone here. So the first thing is, if you look at the top, it references that every single piece in here is referencing private property. Our library just had a book sale that would violate this ordinance. Why is it okay for the city to do this, but not our retailers? You also had that big book sale. You ran tables all the way down the street. It was inside? Oh, then I guess I'm talking about all the previous ones, because I wasn't able to make this one. It's always been done where they've lined the sidewalk with tables all the way to the street. Right. Right. And that's the norm. So it's okay for the city to do this stuff? It shouldn't be. It should be for anything, not just private. So that's first thing.
For what it's worth, just to make sure that it wasn't overlooked, there is a provision in this that I added that would allow for a private business to have a special event where they had an outdoor.
Once a year. Yeah.
Just want to make sure it wasn't missed.
Correct. Yeah. And so we have all these events, which that's something else I didn't like. So we have all these special events. And if you want to set up, you know, a nice little display outside, you can only do it once a year. So you have to pick what event out of the tons that we do all year that you're going to try to make a buck. Now, there are some good things in here. We don't want tents set up taking up half your parking lot. That's good. But there's also a lot of things that are going to have a drastic effect on businesses. So we'll go and look there. So you got line 67. Such displays must be located within 7 feet of exterior wall of the building. Well, this is going to affect Carla Shop. Her display goes past 7 feet. She's got that beautiful garden area you walk through with bird baths and signs and all kinds of stuff that we consider pretty, right? She's got to take it down. Can't have it. Anything she wants to put outside there past 7 feet, she can't do it. And she can't put anything of a sizable display because of the way that beautiful garden area is that she has set up. So if she wants to do anything, it's automatically past 7 feet. That's just one business. You have other businesses that are affected by that. Gola is affected by that. Every single surf shop is affected by that. What do surf shops do when they open up in the morning? They roll their rental boards out. The rental boards are not within 7 feet of the building. You have to get them away from the door a little bit. Those rental boards can't all sit inside. They don't have the capacity. They also roll out their clearance t-shirt racks. And it's the standard of every surf shop like on the planet that you know that rental boards are outside and their clearance t-shirts are outside. It's just the norm. All right, so you go down a couple lines. It's such displays, if located along the front of the building, shall not exceed or be located beyond the area of 2 lines drawn perpendicular, the right of way, and the front corners of the building. Basically, you have to put it like right in front.
If you're in the front.
Right. You can't put it on the side.
You can put it on the side.
Again?
But if you're front of the building line, you have to be in front. If you're not, and if you're behind the front building line of the building, then you can be along the sides. Such displays, if located along the front of the building, shall not extend beyond those corners.
Right. You got to stay in your property.
But if you're along the sides, then you can go along the sides as long as you're 7 feet from building.
Okay, got it. All right, so going back to just the first line, the whole 7 feet. Here's your businesses that I went around, because I'm friends with almost all of these retailers, you know, and retail, by the way, is the second largest business on this island. You got food service, you have retail. Z-Wave, Flagler Board Shack, Gola, Flagler Tea Company, Dollar General, Flagler Tea Company, even Pink Turtle. Anybody that sets out displays, and these are people that actively do this, that everybody has never had a problem with. But they're going to be affected by this. And these are substantial impact hits, because how you draw people into your business is by displays. If you go to St. Augustine, you walk down that real busy street, I think it's called St. George or something, you make a decision on if you're going to go in that business because of what you see. You don't go in every building just to see what's in there. Going further down the page, clothing displays shall be no taller than 5 feet in height. That's going to have an effect on a lot of places. A lot of clothing displays are just taller than that. And the reason why they're taller than that is because you have beach cover-ups, you have dresses, sundresses. Those, you can't put that on a 5-foot display. It's going to drag on the ground. The racks are not made for that. Individual clothing displays shall be no longer than 6 feet long along the longest dimension. I just think that that's unnecessary. Why? So you're just making the retailer go through these hoops to change their racks to now be in compliant, when they're just going to have to buy new multiple racks to fit in within this measurement. Individual clothing displays shall be no wider than 3 feet along the narrowest dimension. Again, I think that's unnecessary and it's just overbearing. No more than 2 outdoor clothing displays shall be allowed at any one time. This is going to affect a lot of multiple businesses again. Heck, just Z-Wave. Z-Wave on their front porch has 3 or 4 racks out there. Nobody's ever had a problem with it. But it's going to affect them. And they didn't do anything to deserve that. Clothing displayed on outdoor clothing display shall not be used. Well, we have some really nice secondhand shops. Jane called that out. So we're not going to let secondhand shops no longer display their stuff. That's all they carry is used stuff. And a lot of it's really nice. What's wrong with it? Why would we not allow it? If somebody has some nice, I'm not going to lie, I'll confess, I buy a lot of sport coats at thrift shops. I'm not going to pay department store prices. And, sometimes I'll see them, especially at this one over here.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
I know it's obvious. All right, sporting and home good displays shall not be no taller than 10 feet or the eave line of the building, whichever is less. That counts out longboards. So you've now hit every single surf shop on the island. Longboards easily exceed that. And a lot of times you will stand them up to keep them out of the way. It doesn't make sense to lay them down. It's a huge risk. You can put them in a rack and stand them up. No more than 10 linear feet of sporting goods. So we addressed going up, now we're addressed going wide. Again, you have now excluded every single surf shop from putting their boards out. They can't do it anymore because of the size requirement. Boards go up to 12 feet. I think there's some longer than that. Firewood displays located on private property and outside a commercial building shall comply with the following criteria. They can be no taller than 3.5 feet. When a pallet of firewood is delivered, it is delivered at 6 foot height. You can't get it any other way. If you ask for it another way, the fire companies will say, we will deliver it to your competitor. And then we get into, it can occupy an area no greater than 25 square feet. Here's another thing. When you get firewood delivered, it's a minimum of a 2-pallet delivery. Those pallets are 4x4. So you're immediately pushing the envelope or going past it with that by getting the minimum firewood delivery. So you've exceeded the height and the square footage, right? 4x4, so you got 16, so that's 32. So you can't even get a firewood delivery because we've legislated this out. But we say you can have firewood displays as long as you buy it from a grocery store and bring them and then set 3 of them up or something. And you can't have business that way. Propane cages shall be no taller than 7 feet. They'll be no longer than 6 feet. They'll be no wider than 3.5 feet. And I'm going to say this, why? You know what happens when there's a hurricane? Everybody comes and buys propane from me. You know what happens when there's a hurricane? I bring in multiple propane cages. Can't do that anymore. We have to think of these things. I can have, as a retailer, and this applies to any service station that sells propane, they would need a large cage in hurricane season. They would need either that or multiple cages. I do the multiple cage approach. Other places do they just have a big giant cage. It wouldn't comply with this. That means propane goes away. That means all the residents, if you all need to run your grills during hurricane, you're out of luck. You'll have to go somewhere else, not in Flagler Beach. No more frequently, this is to your point you brought up earlier, no more frequently than one time a year can you apply for a temporary exemption to these rules. Come on. How many events happen on this island? And you're going to tell the retailers, you can only set up a display that exceeds all of this that we just gave you one time. And there's a couple other smaller things in here, but the problem is you will affect almost every single solitary retailer in not a minor way. This is going to be a major way. And I don't have a lot of suggestions. I think we maybe need to look at the approach. I understand that we have retailers that took things too far. I get it. And as a fellow retailer, I would want them to do the right thing and make sure that we don't have these displays that the general public's going, hey, come on, the city is not a flea market. And we also can't have retailers setting up tents, taking up 3/4 of their parking. That's a health and safety issue, because now you have customers trying to get to your business, you don't have any parking, there's all kinds of issues. But when you really dive into this, you are getting into unintended consequences that's going to have massive effects on every retailer here. And that's the issue. And when you try to really work things out, then you kind of end up coming back to square one. And we could try a much simpler ordinance that is not overbearing and egregious, and just say, you can't take up parking spaces. You can't, we can do some basic things, but when it
Your
gets
code
to
already
this level,
provides for that. You could not use required parking spaces for outdoor displays.
so we already have an ordinance for that. So this is a tough one. And it's unfortunate because I don't really have good suggestions to come back with as far as fixing this. But I do know that we can't be a commission that is this business unfriendly. This is a massive segment of how the folks on our island make a living. And this puts a lot of that at risk. And this also, I mean, as a retailer, I would think this could get challenged in court. I also am concerned about how this evolved. I worry about it being a First Amendment issue. It's not written in here, but it's also documented. So I worry about some of this.
I don't see the First Amendment issue.
This entire thing came to be because we didn't like some T-shirts that were being displayed.
No.
That's what it was.
No.
There was tons of.
That's not why
You said yourself in the mic that you had 3 friends leave because they didn't like the display that was across from the pier, and they were so offended by the shirts that they left town.
That's not what I said.
It's.
I said they were. Excuse me.
So.
Please.
I said that the place looked like a junkyard because all of this stuff was out there. Nothing about what wording was on
So even at that, who is to disseminate a junkyard? Does Carla's shop look like a junkyard? Because she does, you're getting into a very, very dangerous area legally.
Okay. Well, I think there were a number of people from the community that also expressed some interest in the way that some of the businesses were displaying their products or whatever. So it wasn't just one. There were several people from the community that said, what are we becoming? Are we becoming a Daytona Beach? Because that's the appearance that it was having. We do have Bike Week and have things like that. And there were a lot of business, not a lot, but there were quite a few businesses that gave the impression, or they didn't even try to work with the city when they were called out on some of the things that they were doing. And they were just totally just ignoring anything that the code enforcement or the city was saying, you're in violation of a tent or anything like that, and they just left them up. And it was longer than a week or 2 weeks. It was more like 3 weeks to a month. So I think it was those kinds of things that started this whole thing, this whole conversation. And I agree that this could be overreaching to a great extent and impacting on a number of the businesses. But here again, and I think we're addressing the same thing, where do we go? How do we really address this? Do each one of us take this back and look at it and redline it and come back with something else? Or do we seek, what are we trying to do here?
Well, let me make a comment about that, because if indeed the reason for this ordinance is the one property that was discussed several months ago, what they were doing was a violation of code. We dealt with that. That was addressed. As you said, they weren't responsive once they were told they were in violation of code. It's been my experience that people who are going to ignore the code, once they're told this violates code, doesn't matter how many laws you write, they're going to have the same response. So if this truly is all about that one, that was in violation of what you already have on the books, I think that's a valid conversation to have.
Well, maybe we should pull back a little bit, and we do have more staff that is out there now in order to, because, you know, the word on the street was you can do just about anything you want because Flagler Beach doesn't have code enforcement. I mean, and that's what was happening. So I think that now that we have, excuse me, adequate staff on in order to enforce some of these things, because some of my questions down here was who's going to do the enforcement, you know, who's going to follow up and this kind of thing here. So,
In the one business that was looking kind of trashy in front of the pier, they did scale back after they came to the commission.
But that isn't
Okay.
the only place.
No, it's not the only place, but they.
So do we need to-
Commissioner Cooley's point, you know, if you educate them and talk to them, maybe.
The place that also has a sandwich sign and now a banner sign, and every window has signs on it.
Yep.
I remember what you had to go through when you opened the
I
Pinto.
know, it was awful.
Yeah.
And I complied, and I complied, but.
so maybe we have a compliance issue more than anything.
Yeah.
I want to hear if Debbie.
Sure, go ahead.
I think, you know, trying to look at this long-term, I don't know if this is a long-term thing. You know, I mean, the way this is written, I don't know if I can agree to this personally. I think that we use what we have in place now. I think we see if that works and now we have a full-time code enforcement officer to enforce certain ordinances, and, you know, and we have someone to do that. So that's my thought on the whole thing, is that I think this is a very, you know, pretty strong language here in this. And, you know, I think that, you know, our small businesses kind of do make our community unique. And so if, you know, I mean, hopefully there's longevity with all the businesses, but what if another, like, boutique or something comes in that's, you know, upscale type place? Are we going to limit them? And I think what, to Commissioner Cooley's point, for, you know, for the 12 years I've, you know, called Flagler Beach my home, you know, Z-Waves always had their T-shirts out there. Even the, you know, the Dollar General has had their T-shirts. I mean, so I'm, you know, that's my thought process on the whole piece there. But I think let's try to enforce what we have in place before we really push in a strong ordinance like this. That's just my thoughts on it.
I struggle as well. I mean, I do. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I struggle as well, because I don't want this to look like Daytona, and I don't want it to look trashy. But I want to make sure that our code enforcement officers, you know, do what they say they're going to do, follow up, cite people if they, you know, don't follow the law. And I don't know that's necessarily being done. So I think that was our first attempt at kind of trying to add more to an ordinance.
Well, I mean, we discussed this lengthy, and we gave our attorney direction to come up with something.
Right.
And he came up with something, and we don't like it.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah.
But that's part of bringing it to the table, is we get to discuss it and work it out. And you know what? In the whole discussion, all of the discussions that we had, we never found that this actually can come back and hurt the residents. Never once did I think about the propane tanks. That hurts the individuals that live here. The clothing, all of that outside. Publix has flower pots. They have all of these types of things. St. Vincent's always has the baskets. It affects every single retail store. But again, it's just another rule that the city's going to make that we're not going to enforce. And I mean, even tonight, talking about the Funky Pelican, they have the chemicals out in the dumpster pad area. It's not enforced. We're finding to be a trend. And the last thing we need to do is create another rule. And we need to start just really enforcing and finding those people that are breaking the rules consistently and having one-on-ones with them.
Okay, so what I hear, go ahead. Yep.
Well, you know what comment I started with, so. FB3 had a meeting either yesterday or the day before. This did not come up. The meeting we weren't allowed to be at. One of my spies told me this did not come up. Actually, nothing came up that we couldn't have been there for. But anyway.
But this, like one of the last things we discussed for 2 hours, could come back later and be a 3-hour discussion because it's like, we didn't have a chance to look at this, you know.
Well, we had this.
I know. I totally understand.
And I'm going to say, do we want Flagler Beach to look like a flea market? Which it could do. I mean, we can say code enforcement all we want. What codes do we have now that the people would be violating? If we don't have something.
If it spreads into the parking lot, but if it's not in the parking lot, there's not much you have on what goes outdoors.
Yeah, so we have to have something. And Eric, I can't get this out of my mind, and I don't like to criticize my fellow commissioners. But you told Ray Barchet, basically, he's got to fit everything he needs in his restaurant, because it's nothing that should be on that dumpster pad except to be carts or dumpsters.
Because that's the use of that area, yes.
And so now it's okay.
I don't display merchandise in my dumpster pad. I don't.
It's not where I was going. But we're telling businesses, oh, you bought too many T-shirts and you can't fit them inside, so now it's okay to put them outside.
That's not the reason why they put them out.
A T-shirt shop obviously sells T-shirts. I don't get why having them out all over town is going to make the town look better
And
make
entice people
business
to come
better.
in.
So you're going to tell all the surf shops put all their boards and everything
What
inside?
else does a surf shop sell but surfboards? So if it's a surf shop, you go to the surf shop if you want a surfboard.
Well, you're probably going to want to get out in our local businesses a little bit more then.
Oh, I know what the businesses are going to tell me. I need to have it outside or people won't buy from me.
Oh, no, you need to learn what they sell.
Okay, I know they sell all the related stuff.
Okay, so what do we want to do, commissioners?
I want some rules that people can follow. If it's not these, I want some rules that people have to follow. So that Flagler Beach, we always hear, I moved to Flagler Beach because it's this lovely little town, sweet little town, old Florida feel. Old Florida feel to me doesn't mean T-shirts all over the place. So I want some rules that govern what can be outside and what can't. That's what I want to do.
I'm going to quote a Palm Coast councilman from a meeting that they had last week, and I'm going to say we've put this in the trash.
You want to quote him?
I don't really like quoting him. But it might make him feel good.
Please find somebody else.
It might make him feel good. I don't know.
What if we do this? I mean, the summertime is coming, springtime is coming. This is where a lot of folks are starting to come into town. A lot of folks like the beachy part of Flagler Beach, and going along with that is surfboards out and chairs out and things of this nature here. I think that this whole discussion started because of a few, probably less than half a dozen violators, individuals that are just refusing to comply with the rules. And no matter what we do, I think that was already said, they're going to be the individuals that violate the rules anyway. They're going to continue to do that. Having what we have on the books now with the staff that we have and giving direction to our city manager to be, I guess, to take a more proactive approach towards enforcement. Let's try that, and if that doesn't work, then let's come back and revisit this. That would be my suggestion. I mean, and here again, it's an educational type thing like we do with everything else. You know, we tell people not to drop cigarette butts on the ground, but then we also put things out and tell them, you know, this is what we...
I would add one, if that is the direction that we end up going from tonight, I would add one thing that I think Eric had kind of alluded to, which is to engage FB3, because it's just the reality of government and not government. It's hard when, whether it's the city manager, the CRA director, the code enforcement officer, somebody's knocking on your door and saying, hey, these displays look bad. You're going to respond differently when it's the government knocking on your door versus when it's the other businesses in your community that are saying, hey, look. So I think that was an excellent idea, that if we go forward in that direction, I think that's worth exploring with them and any other business groups out there to say, hey, can you guys kind of self-regulate? Because if you can't self-regulate, this is where we end up.
I would even, I'm willing to even commit. If this gets worse and not better, then I'll even commit to bringing this up. Because it's important for myself, even try the carrot first, and if that doesn't work, we go with the stick.
Okay,
Chairman,
I'm
if
okay
I
with
could-
that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
If I could make a quick comment, I just wrote a note down. Business workshop on outdoor displays, and I could have our code enforcement, CRA, the other staff engage in that dialogue, and then bring you back some information of how that discussion went.
And then we could also
that
bring it up
helps.
at the FP3's next meeting they have.
If we're invited.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Valid.
It's kind of early, Jane, though, so it's maybe okay.
Okay, so if that's a consensus, I'll be happy to have that happen.
I think that's a great idea.
You have a consensus, board members?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Okay, sir, you have your directions, and we'll move on to the next item.
No, we're not taking any
We're
action.
not taking any action on it, but
There would be public comment if there was action taken. Well, you can do it, there is a public comment period at the end.
we have a period right
At the end of the
Right
meeting.
at the end, we'll have a comment section.
Yeah, because there's no action taken on the item, then we don't do anything. Hold
Next
on,
item.
Tomer, it's coming.
Ordinance number 2022-08.
Ordinance number 2022-08, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, incorporating the replats for Block 34 Moody subdivision, providing instructions to the city clerk, repealing all conflicting ordinances, and providing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. And this is the item that your clerk mentioned earlier you would be asked to table, since Mr. Bear, this is his project and he's unable to be here tonight. So he's asked this be tabled to date certain, so 5:30,
Six.
May 26th.
6 p.m. or sooner.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, I'll make a motion that we table ordinance 2022-08 until May 28th meeting,
26.
26th meeting. Sorry, I can't count.
At 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m. or soon thereafter.
Second.
okay, do we have to have a roll? I can just have a,
You voice vote for
okay.
table.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes carried. Okay, the next item is staff reports.
Only report I have is that the complaint in the eviction lawsuit was served on Thursday, I believe. Answer and affirmative defenses were filed, yesterday, the day before, this week. So, and I provided those to the clerk. Penny, do you have a copy? I think you have a copy also. So if anybody would like to read what they filed as their answer, they did not include their counterclaim yet. They still alluded to their intent to file one, but they have not included a counterclaim yet. They did file an answer affirmative defenses, motion to consolidate with their deck action, which we expected, motion to transfer jurisdiction to the circuit court, which I don't really have an issue with, but you can read it if you would so like to.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Whitson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few items. First one is the fireworks contract. I've been working with Drew to take your direction on Monday and turn it into a contract, which we did. And I'm going to refer to that item as the base contract. And so basically, there was discussion at the time that, okay, we could have fireworks on the 4th of July. This gentleman is licensed and available and prepared to do that. But he was concerned about comments about having the same level or type of display that Flagler Beach is used to, and the type that Santori company had put on. So he went back and did some additional research and found out that prices have increased for the shells and the things that to get the same effect. So yes, he can do a fireworks display, but the display he was talking about, which I think he sent some videos to the chairman because our spam filter kept catching it. I couldn't get them.
It actually went to my junk also. That was the only way I could get them.
So anyway, the difference here is his displays, because we're not spending as much money, would be lower in height. So the visibility wouldn't be as great in other parts of the island. Okay. So if you go to the Santori level display, which we're more used to, that involves larger shells that cost more money, that go higher in the air. Okay. So what he suggested was he's partnered up with another company that does the is actually scheduled to shoot the fireworks display on July 3rd for Ormond Beach. Together, those two have the capacity and the capability to do what we're used to in terms of the old fireworks display, just call it that, with the higher shells, the more of them, and the explosions and all of that stuff. So just call it a higher level show, okay? The cost of that can go as high as $60,000. So here's my recommendation, that you choose. You just forget it, no fireworks. That's one option. Second option is you contract with this gentleman to do what I would refer to as the base level show, or what he can do with the funds provided. The third option is that you say, okay, we're going to contract with you to do the base level show, and then we can seek sponsorships from outside individuals, businesses, what have you, to add funds to the base level show and increase the, not the length, but the quality of it. Because you're talking about higher level, the shells being larger and going higher in the air, right? And those are more expensive. So you would solicit sponsorships to cover that gap between 25 and 60. Now, if you go down that road, if there's individuals that say give you another 10,000, it would be the base contract plus your sponsorship or additive of the 10,000. He can acquire the fireworks. He's got a partner that is capable of staffing it and getting all the equipment there and doing it. The question is the cost. So if you contract with him to do the base level show and say, hey, if we raise some funds, can you do a higher level show? His answer is going to be yes. And then we could we've discussed this with Drew, we can process a change order, and all you would need to do is say, okay, we have to have that decision made 30 days out from the 4th of July. That's when we would process the change order. And it would be an additive to the base contract, which is what is in front of you now. So if you follow that logic, that's why I sent you the extra information from the joint individuals. That's an option if you want to go down that road. Another option is to just do the base contract and just take what you can get for that price, or just say, hey, we're not interested in fireworks. Those are the three options that I've been able to negotiate between when you approve the contract or the process to go forward to get a contract back to you and today. So I hope that makes sense. He would have been here tonight, except for he had a call from a port, I think up in Jacksonville, that a bunch of fireworks arrived and he had to be there to pick them up today. They wasn't going to let them sit. So I'm here to explain to you the three options. I've discussed it with Drew. We're prepared to respond to any questions, but it's kind of a simple proposal, A, B, or C.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have a couple things, topics on this discussion. First, we have two main issues. We have fireworks, which we can work out. We were laid out 3 different options. And the second is the most important, and that is what our ad hoc committee had discussed. And before we even go down the road of fireworks, we have to make sure that this city is staffed for safety. That's our #1 concern. So we can discuss that. William, I've told you my opinion. I am for, we need to learn as this commission, because it's becoming a trend, stick to budget. We are budgeted for $25,000. That was a gift from the TDC. That is not guaranteed going forward. At some point, we're going to have to realize we have to live within our means. We're a city of 5,000 people. Yes, we're putting on a show for a county, but we cannot be a city of now becoming and asking for another GoFundMe. This will be the 3rd GoFundMe that we have had. We asked for GoFundMe to pay off the easement owners. We asked for a GoFundMe for a statue in the park. Now we're going to ask for a GoFundMe for the most frivolous item yet to date, and that's fireworks. They're blowing up in the air. There's so much that we could do if we're going to ask our residents to give back to the city. At $60,000, we're in a speed, like the Daytona Speedway type of a budget. What type of people are, I understand that the costs have gone up, but how many more people will we be attracting to a 5,000 resident town with that type of budget? And if we, at some point, don't put the brakes on and say, this is how much money we have, are we going to continue this process and every year asking for a GoFundMe to make the residents happy on a really good fireworks show? So my opinion is we stick to the budget, $25,000, after we determine if we have the staff for the fireworks. That's it.
Well, I think we can probably address the first question, which is staff doing the safety. And I don't think we would have been proceeding this far if we didn't have the staff to do
I'd like to ask the chief to speak to that, because he and I have had an extensive discussion about it.
Chief Downey?
Well, we've vacillated on dates, and I've sent out my request, so I can tell you that we are 2 officers short at the police department, but I've got commitments to assist from ABT, the City of Bunnell, the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, Flagler Volunteer Services, Flagler County EOC, and I can't speak to exactly what the fire department's bringing in, but I know they're going to have the full complement. So if I thought moving forward that we didn't have enough staff, the first thing I would do would tell my boss that I didn't think it was safe.
Okay, so you addressed that the first time. As soon as we talked about doing it on the 4th.
Correct. So my responses have gone out, and if at some point I do not think this event will be safe, I'll be the first one to tell you.
Okay. I take
Question for Chief. Chief, in 19, which was the last big one, y'all had 39 certified police officers out there. The ad hoc committee, their #1 recommendation was, based on population growth, you have an appropriate number increased over that, which would put it, I don't know, somewhere in the low to mid 40s. So you have that number of folks?
I won't know until probably mid-June.
So
the staffing requests have gone out. I can tell you the city of Daytona is over 30 cops short, so we're not going to get the same amount from them.
Well,
so I can't tell you the number until I get the responses back from the outside agencies. I can tell you every cop that wears a badge in this city will be working that day. And I can tell you we'll get a lot of support from the sheriff, so I cannot give you a number as of today.
So that's been the case in the past, too, then?
It's always the case.
Okay.
But he already said if it's not safe, he'll let us know.
If I do not think the public will be protected, I will recommend that we don't have it. But I can't tell you that now because I don't have the numbers from the outside agencies. I can tell you I talked to Chief Brandon from Bunnell yesterday. Even as busy as they are, they're committed to giving me the same officers that we've had in the past. That's the ad hoc committee's recommendations. If it's not safe, I can tell you, Chief Pace and myself will not recommend an event to happen if we do not think it's safe. And the first person that will hear that will be my boss, if that comes to them.
Commissioner Mealy?
Okay. My question is about the funding. That's $35,000 to raise in basically 2 weeks.
By June 4th.
That's what I said, it's basically 2 weeks. That seems a little difficult.
Well, I think that he was only recommending this only because that was what was presented to him.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not criticizing.
Okay. I'm just want to make it clear.
Look, you're correct. That's a tall order, but I also know if you don't ask, you don't get. So the question is, do you want to take that risk? And that's the top level. Let's just say you only get one donation of $10,000. Well, that's $10,000 more than you had, and the show will be better than it was at the base level. So do you want to go down that road, or you want to just close that off and not even go there? I mean, that's your decision. I was just trying to, put it out as an option.
My opinion is to just close it off and keep it as is.
Yeah, I think so too.
Commissioner Sherman?
We'll have public comment.
So, Drew, can I get your legal advice on this? So if we were to up the ante and the dollar amount we had for fireworks, does that have any ramifications on how much insurance okay, no. Okay, it's all set, okay.
Yeah, no.
And before the TDC was around, the chamber, the Flagler Beach Chamber of Commerce, would have a sign in Veterans Park every year with your thermometer of where they would go out and raise money to fund our fireworks. Every year, that's how it happened, until the TDC was developed in the county.
But that's the chamber, that's not the city asking for the money. That's where my reservations are.
I don't mind asking for money.
I just don't think we have
I'm going to have another thing on the commission comments where we're going to be asking for money. So.
And my opinion on the fireworks is I do not want to have GoFundMe fireworks.
No,
it's not in good taste. And here's the other thing: if for some reason we did that and we hit the $60,000 threshold, and that was to go public, we would be we're already overrun with spectators. But if the word got out, we're spending triple what we normally did, and it's way more than Palm Coast, we are way beyond any carrying capacity that we can do safely.
Yeah.
Or we raise $35,000 and we don't have the staff. How do we disperse that money back?
I did have a couple questions about the contract.
Sure, go ahead.
Is this a good time for it?
I think so. We're talking about the fireworks.
All right, so the contract called for $5 million in insurance. The vendor provided $2 million. So we have a gap there.
He committed to going and getting it. Until he gets the contract, he doesn't know he has the business, but he assured me he could go to this same insurer and up the contract level to 5, and it was understood between he and I that it would be 5.
Okay, I did have that question too.
Okay, and the other thing is with this contract, they are going to get half up front, but then they have, I think it's like 7 working days or something to even supply all their paperwork that shows that they meet the criteria to even do it. Would it be in our best interest to say, well, you have 7 days, when we execute the contract, you have 7 days to give us all the paperwork that you can actually fire this show, and then we'll give you half. So it all happens versus we're paying somebody $12,000 some odd dollars before they even have given us all their insurance and everything else, saying that they can even do it. Just food for thought. It seems a little risky. We don't know who he is.
Actually, I did call some references today, and the top reference that I called was Russ Ketchenhouse, and he's the HO president of Nocatee. And if any of you are familiar with Nocatee, it's probably larger than Flagler Beach. And he had nothing but praise for the gentleman, and he said he delivers what he says, and he's been doing it for like 3 years for him, and he's going to be doing it again. So he said he's a man of his word. They did a great job. They provide safety. So he said you can call me at any time if you like, or anyone else, and I'd be happy to talk to him about it. Because I talked to Mr. Whitson, I said, did we get any references? And he says, I'm trying. And I called him up, and he called me back immediately and gave me some names.
I actually have another reference I need to call myself. If anybody wants it, just let me know. I can route to Mr. Whitson. I actually got a hold of, I actually emailed the county administrator over in St. Johns County, and he actually got back to me real quick, and I just haven't had an opportunity to actually call the fire marshal who they recommended me to, so I can share that with you, Mr. Whitson, and hand out to the staff.
And Nocatee is in St. Johns County, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, that would eliminate having to make any contract revisions.
It's not a problem to make that revision if you'd like to go that direction. I mean, we're not paying him anything. We're paying a deposit, but that's not his money until he earns it. So, but either way, we can flip that around if you want.
And that's up to you.
Yeah, and the only reason it was written that way was we were following the Santori contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the first year we should go.
Yeah, just to be careful.
Yeah, go that route. Yeah.
Okay. I will open this up for public comment. It's usually at the end, but since we have someone standing here, this is Rick, look, come on up. I know a lot of people are standing around waiting for this, so let's come on up and let's address this.
Scott Bradley, 607 Yorkshire Drive in Flagler Beach. I would be remiss if I did not say we should not be here right now on this. We blew it. We, in January, the committee that this commission authorized, after we met for 4 months, in January, we made our report in which we concluded, based on our work, based on our meetings, based with the input from the residents, that we should have fireworks on 4th of July if they could be safely conducted. That was unequivocal. And the commission immediately approved that 5-0. That was January 22nd. And the idea that no one picked up the phone to call Santori until the middle of April to line them up. I mean, the residents have been betrayed. I've gotten calls from the committee members asking me, Scott, did we waste all of our time? And here we are. These options, this is crazy. 3 options, there's really 4 options. I'll take them one at a time. First option, $25,000 for the gentleman who was here 3 days ago. My personal perspective, I was not impressed. And not only that, but he is the one who, after he made his presentation and made his promises that he would deliver the world, then he decides he's not up to it, he can't do it. And now we still want to talk to him? He's the one who said he can't do it. That's option 1. Option 2, the $60,000 deal, where's that guy? He's not here. We're actually talking about possibly approving a contract where this other guy's going to actually be doing it, and he's not here. And then, of course, there's the budgetary issue for that, $60,000. Third option, no fireworks. That might be the best option. I don't know. I think it was the 4th option. Let's get another vendor. Scant little has been done to find a fireworks vendor for this after we blew it with Santori. So to me, it seems like there should be some effort to try to find another vendor. And again, $60,000 for the reasons that have been discussed, that's off the table. We don't even know anything about that guy. And he's not here. $25,000, that's a guy who says he can't do it. 2 days ago, he promised the world. 3 days ago. Today, he can't do it. And we're actually going to think about giving him a contract. So, speaking personally, and then just also based on my having served on the committee, we either find another vendor or no fireworks. We're not going to have fireworks after next year for 3 years. It may be that we start a year early with that. not what I want, but we need, if we're going to do it, we need to do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else want to address this item? Yes, sir.
Tomer Oshri, 139 North Palmetto Avenue, Flagler Beach, Florida. I'm going to talk only about the fireworks thing. Well, I'm not familiar with the issue, but I hear you guys talking a lot about GoFundMe and how to get the money. I'm going to focus on that. Well, we need to think out of the box. Flagler Beach is the most beautiful little town in the United States. And everybody knows that. To get the money is easy. Let's sell the right to sponsor the fireworks show. How many people live in Flagler Beach? Only 5,000. How many people come from outside? Thousands. Go to AT&T. Go to people that build the hotel. Give them huge signs. You're sponsoring the show for the people of Flagler Beach. Try to work this way and see what's happened. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner Cooley.
To Scott's point, I do feel like that either inadvertently or on purpose, I don't know. I feel like there was a bait and switch that happened. We went from a guy who said, and he's even quoted in the press saying, I will give Flagler Beach a hell of a fireworks show, and it's all capitalized, and then came in $1,000 under budget, said he could compete with Santori. And then all of a sudden he said, wait a second, 60,000. And overnight it changed from 24 to 60,000, the same person. And so we either have somebody who has no idea how to quote stuff or apparently doesn't know what fireworks cost, who does fireworks. There is some validity to what Scott is saying. If there's this type of gap, we're at a lot of risk to potentially, I don't want to say waste 25,000, but we could end up with a problem if we're at this stage basically the guy gave us a quote. He said, I can do you this exact show that what you normally do, and he came in 1,000 under budget. And now that this per individual feels we're further along in the process, we switched. Where I come from, that's called bait and switch. Or something happened and he realized that he was not the guy for it. I don't know, but I think that Scott has a couple, really good points.
Okay, so what you have on the table then essentially is that you could entertain the options that the chair of the committee recommended, and that is to either trying to find another vendor or to cancel it.
Here's a question. How much time do we have to send this? Do we have time to look? Do we have a couple days or maybe more than a couple days to locate other options to just have in our back pocket? Is that possible?
I will give you my opinion, which you could take it or leave it. My opinion is that we are out of time. My opinion is that this gentleman can do the show. He was reacting to your comments about having something along the lines of, the original Santori. He went back and looked at videos and found out that the higher level shells have gone up, way up in price. And so I think if you want fireworks, let's roll the dice and see what he can do for the price that's in the contract. And then if that's, what you want to do, we certainly can do that. I only offer the other options just in case you had a different point of view. The bird in the hand is the fella in front of us. If you go out and search for other vendors, the staff has already done that. So I'm just saying it's not a waste of time. Certainly, maybe we'll get lucky again. I don't know. But right now, my feeling is that we have a bird in the hand, and we ought to proceed with a base contract.
That's good feedback. It's just really disappointing because Santori can do Santori level fireworks for $25,000.
That's what I was just.
That's the only disappointing part.
Are we sure? Or did he give us a
I was
quote?
going to say, do we really know that?
Right. I was going to say, we could take the current contract, we have a relationship with Santori, and say, was this something that could be done? I mean.
He told us the 2nd of July.
Right, I know, I understand that,
But
but to
if you
say,
all
could
want-
you do the shows that you've done in all the previous years, could you do that for $25,000?
My understanding is that he, because he's the hometown guy, Flagler County, kicked in some, what in New Orleans they call it lagniappe, right? A little something extra, right? But this year, it fell the way it fell.
Right. They were booked.
Do they not manufacture some of their ordnance as well? That might have some cost effect.
I know they
Yes.
used to. I don't know
Right.
if they still
And
do.
that is part of it. They are their own manufacturer.
Oh.
Where the other one is relying on import.
China.
Right.
With China, which is closed.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
I would like
Well,
to
either
have
can.
a fireworks show. If he can, I don't want to start with the GoFundMe kind of stuff.
Okay.
That's, if somebody comes forward and says, I'll give you $35,000, that would be great. Definitely put a sign across the whole bridge and light it up. But, and I know.
As a person that's pricing signs, that price has gone up too.
Yes, it has.
That's true. But we're not allowed to do it anyway, so. Just, if it's out there that it's a lesser show than it usually was, and somebody really feels sorry for us and says they'll pay the difference, but I don't want to go soliciting.
Okay,
That's going to be my.
All right, we could sit here until 11 o'clock.
Just take a vote.
Secret number.
So just if, I think there was consensus to make that change regarding the timing of the deposit versus the timing of him
Yes.
providing I added language in 3A on page 1. Instead of at the time of entering the agreement for the city to pay the deposit, 7 days after contractor provides proof of insurance required by paragraph 6 herein.
Good.
So the question is, do we want to move forward with the current gentleman that we've been discussing for the last?
What I just said.
I know, I'm just asking for consensus from the board, or do they want to just?
Motion. I think.
Motion.
I think you
It
want
was a
on
motion.
this.
It
That's a
was
motion? Oh, okay, I wasn't sure that was a motion. Okay, you want to repeat it so that we can get a second or not?
Motion to approve the contract as amended.
Okay, I like
Okay.
that, yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Kenny, could you call the roll?
Sure. Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes. And the motion carries. So we will proceed as we've discussed and look forward to a nice fireworks.
A semi-nice fireworks.
Yes,
We'll
a
try to
budget,
take
a
costs.
budget fireworks show. Okay. Okay, ready? I know some of you may be curious about why that's in front of the dais. I had that put there on purpose because I wanted to show you, the staff brought that to me the other day. And they say, look what we're working with here. That I'm trying to find a piece of paper that says where that was taken from.
Hope it wasn't Palm Drive.
It's,
It's a street nobody lives on.
I think it's 16th South in that area. And the point is, it was put in the 1970s. As you can see, there's a repair that has been made to the line. Just on the other side of the repair is a big hole. And then if you look inside the pipe, you'll see that it's corroded and restricted. And this is why we're getting complaints from people in that area for water pressure issues. We have a project ongoing now to replace more of the line down there, but I just wanted you to kind of see the kind of infrastructure that our staff is having to struggle with to make work out in the field every day. And I just was shocked when I saw it. And I just wanted others to understand that just because you don't see it doesn't mean that it's not a problem, and that there's not major investments that have been needing to be made in the city. And when I first came on board, you remember me talking about the bones of the city? Mm-hmm. There's a bone.
That one's got osteoporosis.
Yes, and there's a lot more too.
And that's bringing drinking water?
Yes.
Ugh. That's James's street.
Yeah.
Looks like
So,
a dumpster pad.
I just felt like it was an important discussion to have, because we'll need to be looking into more of those kinds of issues. And speaking of those kinds of issues, Penny's gonna, I guess you have those dates. That's the water side. Then in addition to that, we have the wastewater side. And as you know, we've had, the loan, and we're moving forward with the new wastewater treatment plant. Well, guess what? With all of the escalation in prices, we got a problem, Houston. And what I'd like to recommend is that we have a special workshop. It's too lengthy of a discussion to put on a regular agenda item. I'd like to suggest a couple of dates for a workshop, because not only do we have situations like that on the wastewater side, we have some of the most rapid escalations of pricing. And I was in a briefing with the engineer the other day, who has built over 150 wastewater plants in this state. And he said, William, I put a bid out the other day, and the prices came back 35% above his budget estimate. In the meantime, the Fed, at the time we made the decision, it was 0.2% interest rate. Well, if you haven't noticed, the Fed has increased the interest rate. So we have a time issue here. We're in a situation where we can't go backwards. We can't undo what has been done. We have to fix this infrastructure. So the question is, how do we proceed forward? And I want to organize this workshop, and I have an idea about how to go about it. And I'm going to be issuing you a memo in advance of the workshop, so you have plenty of time to look at it and think about it, about what some suggestions could be for how we proceed. And so that's why that's laying there, and that's why I wanted to have the discussion tonight and ask you to select a date for that workshop. I'm sorry to spring it on you, but it was like a shocker to me when I saw this.
So I've been provided 2 dates that our engineer and our city attorney will be available, and those are June 6th or June 8th.
Are either of those dates available to you all?
Looking between 5 and 7 p.m.
The 6th.
I say the 6th as well, because we have an 8 o'clock investment meeting on the 8th, and that would make for an extremely long day.
Yeah.
You good on the 6th?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm fine.
In the afternoon,
Between 5 and 7?
7.
We project like 2 hours.
June 6th, 5 to 7?
Yeah, it would be a limited time.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think it's such an important issue. We have already you've authorized me to sign the loan papers for $12 million. and we have access to another 4 if we need it. But we don't want to use it. We don't want to, you know, we want to get this thing done as cheaply and economically as we can. But unless we kind of get on the same page here, I see the iceberg out there, and I'm trying to let you know it's coming.
So I'm still waiting to hear from Ken, Eric, and James.
Oh, I said I'm okay.
Said the 6th.
Oh, yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
good with the 6. That's
Oh,
fine.
James, I think.
All right, great. Thank you.
Grumble, grumble, I guess.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I have a consensus to schedule a special meeting on June 6th at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. to discuss the wastewater treatment plant strategic plan.
Now, that rate is locked, though, for the wastewater treatment plant.
No.
They said that if we executed or something, that rate was going to get locked. I remember that.
Yeah, I kind of remember that too.
Well,
That's why there was a
let me
sense of
go back.
urgency.
Let me go back and double check that, because some of these loans have variable rates. I think you have to get to a certain point in the process before you lock. So
But I remember it the way you
yeah.
did.
So let me go back and make sure all that's together. But in the meantime, the other side of the equation continues to escalate.
Okay.
All right. I want to end my report with 2 good pieces of news. I went to the St. Johns River Water Management District Board meeting, and they awarded us a $500,000 grant to help us with infrastructure, so that was good. Our match is $250,000. The total request was $750,000. And then finally, you guys kept asking me, is FEMA okay with us extension? And remember, I kept saying, well, we've asked. Well, we received the official email yesterday or today. We're good.
Yeah.
They've approved the extension. So once we get the engineer on board, we initiate the design work, we can work with them on, as long as we keep reporting back to them. I did agree to that, extra reporting. And in exchange for the extra reporting, they said, okay, well, you're good through 2025. So that's where we are on that.
Good.
That's my report.
Okay. Chief?
Yes, sir.
Penny?
The meeting scheduled, that's all I needed.
Eric?
I heard a rumor.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that a song?
I heard there's a dog surf contest coming. May 21st. The doggies are going to be out in the water. That's all I got.
My cat is very disappointed he can't make it. You see the picture I sent?
Yeah.
Commissioner Mealy?
Vicious looking cat. The only thing, I had a bunch of things, but the only thing I really want to talk about, you got a set of these pictures?
Yes.
I watch television and the news, and I see what's happening in Ukraine, and I'm like, you got to do something, you got to do something, you got to do something. It's just awful. I had that discussion with William, and he was feeling the same way. We have a restaurant a block and a half away, owned by Ukrainian people.
Great cakes.
Osak's Crepes.
Ate a slice today. My Mother's Day cake.
Their best friends, among other people, lived in a small town called Yaranka, northwest of Kyiv, just to give you an idea. So it's in the, quote, safe zone. But this is what's left of their house.
Terrible.
This was a house that the male friend lived in, his family had lived in for generations. And it's gone. And they are hell-bent on rebuilding. Because at first we were talking about we could send them money, bring them over here, send them food, you know, whatever. They want to rebuild this house. They don't want to leave the country. So we were thinking it would be nice to not GoFundMe officially, not the GoFundMe organization, because they do keep some of the money, that we set up, we've been talking with Osaka's son in Arizona. He sounds like he was born here. He was not, but he was partially educated, and he went to NYU. And he talks like he has no accent at all. So we've been talking with him about this family, what their needs are, how things can go. So we were talking about we could collect money if people in the public, we're not going to use budget money, taxpayer money, but if people were willing to chip in to help out the friends of the people with a small business in town. The bank in their town is working, right now, she taught at a school for the blind. The school, all that happened to the school was the windows were blown out. They replaced the windows. So this couple and other people in the town are living in the school right now. But the bank in the town that they have their account at is operational. So if we collected money, we could wire it directly to their bank account. No middle people, no way of it getting lost along the way. Kathleen could set up an account here that is separate somehow. I'm sure she knows how to do that. And at least we'd be helping people that we know. Not we know this couple, but we know the couple that is their friends. So I don't know what you guys feel about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Would we collect the money here at City Hall via check or cash or
Yeah,
whatever?
we'd have to have Kathleen work all that part out. But yes.
Okay. No, it's wonderful.
One suggestion, can we also get Flagler Strong involved in on this?
Sure. Thank you for bringing that up. I was going to go to the Women's Club. I already spoke to the new president. Okay. Did she think we could get involved? Okay. And she did, but I haven't brought it up to the board yet. Okay. And which you would know anyway. Yeah, the Women's Club and Flagler Strong, and if there are any other organizations that you think might.
I would say ask Salty Church and also Fellowship.
Well, who was the second?
The second church that's always helped.
Oh, Coastal Bible.
Coastal Bible.
Thank you. I didn't think of that. Anybody else have any?
No, I think it's wonderful.
Okay, so maybe we're still waiting for some details. Dimitri is the young man who lives in Arizona. And apparently their daughter is somewhere local here. And she also apparently, I have not met her or talked to her. But she could be of some help as well. So Coastal Bible and Salty Church. Do you have Jacob's contact?
Yes.
If you would forward that to me.
We should at the same time go ahead and reach out to the Catholic Church and the Baptist Church.
Okay. Who's a good contact at the Baptist Church?
I'll get it for you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, forgot. It's like my church.
And Father Manny at the
Catholic Church.
Okay. And if you think of any others, please. Okay, so we're waiting on we're going to get pictures of the couple. We saw them, yesterday, William and I had our agenda prep meeting at the restaurant. So they did show us pictures they had on their phones, their passport pictures. They're around the same age as the couple that owns the restaurant. But he's going to get us pictures, and we can do a PR, and the great guy in the back there that does things on Facebook magically. I don't know if he's listening, but
He's on Facebook.
if he could put something out once we put it all together. So thanks for your support for the idea. And I'm counting on you to send me contact information. And the rest can wait for another time.
Okay. You're next. You're up.
Okay, just two real quick things. Any updates, Mr. Whitson, on Pell Parker? We're running out of time. I'm getting nervous.
Well, funny you should ask, but the same one contractor that gave us the bid on the Funky Pelican is the same contractor that gave us the bid on Pal Parker. And that same meeting we have scheduled for next week, I'll be, on them about this because they know the deadline and they agreed to it and they said they could do it. So
Yeah, I'm getting nervous. It's 4.5 months away.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Have you ordered the materials?
My understanding is yes.
Okay.
But again,
I will check with Lowe's.
I know they've had a conversation about back and forth with Lowe's, but
Yeah, they were gonna
again,
call
we've been trying, Penny has been trying to get them in here.
I'll call Jay, the general manager, tomorrow.
Yeah.
See if they've gotten a phone call, because in our meeting, they said they were going to call.
Yeah.
All right.
So, well, let us know right after the 19th, because I'm getting nervous.
Yes.
And then just, I'm attending this, I have to read this, a lot of words, School Board Information Workshop, where we'll be hearing a presentation on the history of school concurrency in Florida and its application to Flagler County
Good,
schools.
you're able to go? I can't go.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Yeah, good.
Yes, I'm attending. So I was just going to ask you if you were going.
I can't.
So I will be attending that, and I will give an update at the next meeting.
I told him I would attend.
And just a brief comment, I've asked Karen Miller to attend on my, to represent the staff side if you need anything.
Okay, that's all I have.
I have a couple things. They're not long. One, addressed earlier in the meeting was the post and ropes or sand fencing, and you said if we wanted that to be moved to the top of the list to give you direction. I'm going to say I would really appreciate direction on that. It enrages me when I see people going up and down the dunes. And this weekend, unfortunately, Matt was out of town, and I sent him a text, or last weekend. There was a family backed in to the dunes, carrying their everything down. And in some cities, people can go up and down the dunes, so it becomes an education. And the only way to educate is to actually put that physical barrier. And our dunes are very fragile. We are entering into hurricane season. We need to just put something up. And it will just be temporary. We can build up the dunes. I have it in front of my house at first. I was like, oh my gosh, it looks like a construction site. Now I don't even see it, and it's already looks so much better. So I would like to just move that to the top of your list. If we want to have a road, an A1A, and sand dunes, we need something. The other thing, the next item on my list was big thank you to Linda P. for manning the last beach cleanup on her own. The rest of us were busy with the May Day surf contest, which Haley did a phenomenal job. She raised $17,000.
Wow.
And
Did she donate it to the fireworks?
No, she donated, I think the hospital. Goes to the hospital. Better use. But phenomenal family fun event. It's great to see her bring it back to Flagler Beach. She had it in Ponce Inlet the year before, and it was we were all nervous that it would stay there, but she brought it back. The next thing on my list is First Friday. Vern is knocking it out of the ballpark every single month. It gets better and better. We need to really thank him. It's everything that we could have imagined. It's a small town. The residents, I'm seeing more residents at our First Fridays now than I did in all the previous years to COVID. So big thank you to Vern. He is just making it happen for our city. Another item I wanted to discuss was we had voted on a body to have tickets for when someone receives a parking ticket that they can go to the beach cleanup and we need to work out a better system. I am flooded with phone calls of people trying to get their tickets, get their paperwork signed. They can't do this meeting. We need to figure out a way to either automate it. William and I discussed, it's actually a lot of work on city staff. It was a great idea, but sometimes great ideas don't really work out. So they can just pay the money.
It was a good idea.
That's my recommendation. If you
I mean, I'm 25 phone calls this week just on that.
Oh my God.
I can't, it's way too much.
Have some clean beaches.
Why don't you just take the money?
Then I also wanted just to follow up. I had a developer who was down Roberts Road with Lighthouse, the community, to make sure that they had reached out. They were asking about our reclaimed water, if we could pipe down the road to them. And I thought, well, we have 600,000 gallons a day. Maybe we can work out a plan.
They did reach out, and I responded to the email, and we are set to have a future meeting.
Fantastic.
Is that a deal where if you take one, you have to take all, right?
Oh, well, we can actually just pipe it on down that road.
They can take it all.
And then one more thing, we all know I have a fantastic mother who has a office on the other side of the bridge, which is a state-run office, and she said as we approach hurricane season, if we need it, would we want to use her office as a command center during hurricane season if something pops up? I know we had talked about using the senior center on this side of the island, but we don't know what we might face. So it might be nice to have something in place on the west side of the intercoastal. And she had asked if that's something that we want to do. She just has to plan for it.
Would she be willing to put a jar up for the Ukraine folks?
I can, she has an employee.
No, not fireworks.
She's already raising money for Ukraine. One of her employees' mother lives in Kyiv, and she's unable to evacuate, so she is there. So they are raising money for her, but I'm sure she would be happy to help. So I will give her the green light on the command center. Wonderful. And that is all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Oh, okay, so just to start off, I'm not going to be able to be in attendance at the next meeting. Actually, I got to be out in Arizona taking care of some business for the university, so I won't be able to make it to
Maybe he could meet Dimitri.
Yeah. If he's in Prescott, I can.
I don't know where.
Okay. So I won't be able to be at attendance at that one. And, Mayor, you piggyback off you, go figure the week I come the All-Stars, you guys weren't there. So, but, it was great. Took my 4-year-old out there, and her and I don't know how many cigarette butts we picked up, over just by the old Bank of America over there. She loved it, though. She loved going out there and picking up cigarette butts with Dad. She had her little mittens on, picking them up. So that was a really great experience. And kind of speaking of, I know kind of piggyback a few comments the mayor made. TPO, I'm not going to be able to make this coming TPO meeting, but I think next month Karen and I are going to really make Flagler, we're really going to come up with a strong plan to get our seat at the table with the TPO. There's a lot of money out there that I think Flagler County's not really getting in, and, we're growing. So maybe, Flagler Beach can be at the forefront of getting some of that funding. And then Commissioner Bryan, I might need to, I missed out on the Friends of A1A. I might actually need to see, I got to check their website to see when their next meeting is for this month. I know I'll try to make the one in July. I believe they're not having one, but then in August, but I think there's some important moving parts there for us now that we're, one of the great American byways. So I definitely want to make sure we're, because we start that stretch, and I know there's been some discussions, and I know there was that email that was circulating about some additional funding that might be coming through. So just want to make sure maybe one of us is able to make that one. So I definitely.
Let me know if you can, I'll go.
Okay, I'll double check their schedule for this month. Normally it's the last Tuesday of every month, and so I know they're getting ready to. I don't know if it's. I thought there's a change in the schedule, but I'll double check it and send you an email. And that's really about all I have, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Guess I'm last. I managed to crawl out of my gym Wednesday and walk with the chief and across the bridge and all. It's a very good time to come out in the morning and exercise and get some fresh air. So it was a great day. Flagler Flagler Creates, a group that I belong to, as well as the mayor. We met this week, and we had a lot of discussions about a theme for Flagler Beach, what it should really mean. We also talked about continuing the process of enhancing and improving Veterans Park. The benches are all done, and as everyone probably knows, and it was all done through a grant through Home Depot. The benches are all notched out as far as carved out, and I have 50 bronze nameplates of veterans that we will start putting in the benches next week in order to have them all done by Memorial Day, when we'll have the official unveiling, if you will. One of the things that was suggested at the meeting was to have some recordings of some of the individuals that are actually come out here to look at the benches where their loved ones or their veterans' names are. And what prompted that is some of the stories that I've heard from loved ones has been really heart-wrenching. One gentleman called me and he said he wanted to sponsor, his family wanted to sponsor a name plaque in the name of his father, because his father was in the Korean War. He passed away during COVID. They were unable to bury him or to actually go up to his funeral. So the family wanted to have a plaque in his name, and they wanted to have it out here on the bench. So I would assume they would be coming here on Veterans Day, Memorial Day, to actually see it. Quite a few stories like that. So what we may be doing is looking for some volunteers to actually record some of the stories of people that may come out here on Memorial Day and talk about their loved ones, and that's something that could be sort of historic and maybe put into museums as we move along. So, okay, great. So that'd be really good. A couple other ideas was a chalk walk, chalk art. What do you call it? Chalk? I guess it's chalk. Yeah, anyway. I'm going to talk to Vern to see if that's something we can possibly do on First Friday, to start out with a small section where the kids can actually draw things on the sidewalk or right there in the middle of Veterans Park.
Kids grow up without sidewalks.
Yeah. And it may be able to expand it in the future if it starts growing, because in some cities it's a very popular thing and they have an entire day dedicated to just doing that. And the last item on the Veterans Park is I got a gentleman to pledge whatever we can raise in funds for a new water feature in Veterans Park, he would match it. So the fountain that we have, as many of you know, fell down or got knocked down or whatever at one time. So we're looking at doing a new water feature. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fountain, but the idea was to go out into the community and make it a sort of a contest and let people give us some ideas on what they'd like to see. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fountain. It could be, but we're looking at something that's going to be great, grand, and permanent, like out of granite or something like this. It could have a veterans theme on it, with water coming down the face of it or the back of it, with lights, or just, we're going to look for ideas from the community. And we're going to, use that and move forward. And talking about raising money, we're going to have to raise some money. But what I'm looking at is somewhere around $15,000 to $25,000. But he said he would match whatever we come up with. So that's a significant contribution. So we'll do what we can, and I think that's probably all I have. Anyone else? No, I got to go to public because there's there's one lady that's been waiting all night. We open this up. Did she leave? Oh my God. Go get that lady. Okay, we'd like to open this up for public comment, please.
Tomer Oshri, 139 North Palmetto Avenue, Flagler Beach, Florida, owner of Oceanside Gift Shop, the best gift shop in town.
No bias.
Mr. Chair, what you're about to hear did actually happen, and I'm not making this up, I swear. Flagler, the city of Flagler Beach, or city official of Flagler Beach, came to my store and wasted my time, and I'll explain. On Friday, on March 4th, during afternoon hours, one of the busiest time of the year for me, it was the first week of Bike Week. My wife was working in the store. I was working in the warehouse. She called me and said, there is a woman from the city looking for me. I stopped everything I was doing to see her. So in the store, I met the CRA director, all right? And according to her words, she was the new sheriff in town. And she is a bad cop. Of course, we were joking about it, all right? And she informed me that I was not allowed to have any sort of display outside, and that I needed to bring everything inside. I informed her that everything I did was done first with the permission of the city, and it's also on a private property. She told me that these are the rules and that displays of any type are not allowed outside. I then asked her about Publix, which we all know has several displays outside their store. And she informed that Publix can do it because they are on the other side of the bridge and have a different laws. I asked about Dollar General. She said she would be speaking with them as well and enforcing these laws. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, is this. And I ended the conversation with her by telling her, no worries, if this is the law, then give me 2 weeks. I will get everything into a storage unit, and no worries, don't worry about it. And the reason why I'm saying it is because I do relate to Mr. Cooley approach. We need to work together. I invite all of you, if there's anything that is not right in my store, come and tell me what it is. And I want you guys to come and ask me if there's anything that you can do for me to improve my business so it won't look like trash.
Okay.
Because I don't want to. I don't want my business to look like trash. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments?
Yeah, I've gotten a real education this evening on quite a few
Your
things.
name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Strite Oak Place. With reference to what Mr. Cooley said and the concerns that this gentleman just had, is it true that the inception of this proposed ordinance was a retaliation against a particular store who had a different political opinion than someone else on your chair or on your commission? Is that what I'm understanding?
Once you finish asking all your questions, we'll address
That's it.
that. That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
An answer?
I can't comment on the inception of the ordinance because I didn't start it. I can only comment on things that were said during meetings. I don't know anything else outside of that.
I don't think politics had anything to do with it.
Yeah, that just stuck in my mind when you talked about it, and I thought that's just flat wrong.
Okay. No,
Anyway.
that wasn't correct, but thank you very much for your comment.
Vote for Ron DeSantis 2022.
Anyone else?
Greg McKinley, Ocean Shore Boulevard. I guess I missed a lot of the meeting tonight. I apologize. I just I'm not going to say everything that I want to say. But on the sea grapes, I challenge everybody to go ahead and look up Florida law on how to handle sea grapes when it comes to trimming or removing, because they are protected. And my fence was installed per my permit, per city code. So, you know, it stands the way it is. Do whatever you want with the signs. I'm a little, everybody that's thrown a fit or bashed me on Facebook, I don't have Facebook, whatever. That's what the liberal mob does. They throw a fit and cry instead of speaking to me like a neighbor. I'm not a jerk. I don't kick all the fishing people off, all their tents all over the beach. I could be a jerk. I do own the beach. My survey shows it. My attorneys proved it. I'm not Panama City. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Come have fun. My reasoning for it, I have children. That's why the fence is up, for their safety. Before we move in, I'm trying to curb all of the dope smoking and people parking cars there all night long is for my family's safety. That's what I'm supposed to do as a man. And thank you, Miss Mealy, for bringing up Old Florida, because I am a fourth-generation Floridian, all right? Me growing up in Florida, everybody was a lot nicer instead of being cowards. And, you know, we didn't just pick on people for, you know, their beliefs. We talked to them like people. All this backstabbing is garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
O'Connor, 2740. Just want to respond to James. I don't think you're an idiot. I don't think anybody on this podium is an idiot. I know it's a thankless job. I've been there in another town. So I just want to tell you, you're doing what you got to do. It's not easy. Okay? I apologize if I offended anyone. The chief says he's going to taser me next time. All right, so I'm going to try to behave. You might need a few guys to pick me up and get me out of here then if he tases me, all right?
They left your
But
taser
thank you
with
for
me.
everything you do.
I have a truck. We'll drag you out. Thanks a lot. You know, and just a comment on that, you know, Commissioner Cooley, you know, you probably saw us engaging for a while. You see the mayor and I, we agree to disagree, and sometimes we get emotional, but there's no real offense towards anyone out there, anything like that. I mean, you know, we all just trying to do what's best for the community, and we appreciate you folks coming out. And, you know, it may not seem like we welcome your comments, but we do. And that's one of the reasons why we added another comment section at the end of the meeting. So anyone else like to come up?
My name is Dan Scollin. I'm a resident of 1535 South Central. I have a litany of questions, and they all revolve around, yes, what we talked about before, 5G. I want to know when it's coming. I want to know what everybody knows about it. I want to know if it's going to be on the docket. I want to know your opinions on the matter. I know, Mr. Bryan, you were talking about the benefits coming forth with 5G, but there are a litany of health concerns, and I'm not talking about just little dinky health concerns. I had about 6 or 7 people that came in here on the fly. I can pack this room with people who have major health concerns, privacy concerns, and health concerns with this new technology that's going to come in. I don't want to really appeal to, I'm not trying to appeal to anybody, you know, by saying, you know, oh, you know, you should adhere to the small town charm, and is 5G cell masts littered throughout the city really going to keep that 5G charm, or that old, sorry, it's late, the old, you know, that old world charm or the old town charm. But in order to get that type of connectivity and speed, you're going to have small cell antennas all throughout the city, and they're going to be really close to your kid's house, to your kids, yours. I mean, if you don't know, you need to bone up on this now, and you need to do it quick. And the FCC is not going to give you an easy time about it. The only thing you're going to be able to do is to push back, and you might have to sue. I don't know. I mean, hopefully you guys will be up for a conversation outside of this, but I want to know if you guys have any concerns about you know, the health, any health concerns or any safety concerns or privacy concerns regarding this technology moving in. I was part of a team, I don't know if you know who Lou Malnati is, but we went in front of Palm Coast, and we were able to actually get them to move a cell tower out of the Green Lion pub. We basically caught them on a technicality, and you know, we know how they work. I've been doing this on and off for probably about the past 5 or 6 years, and you're not going to be able to appeal to their better judgment, or, you know, pull on heartstrings, but it's real. It is real. I've been, you know, like I said, I've been doing this for 5 years in a residential and commercial setting, was invited to do it industrially. I've seen the health benefit, or the health effects firsthand. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And I was talking about fiber optics.
Oh, right.
okay? And you know, our attorney can address this as well, but, you know, there are some things we just don't have any control over. So I'll just go ahead.
Okay. I think your points are well taken. Unfortunately, you're talking to the wrong audience. This is all being driven by the federal government. They pretty much dictate what can and can't be done. I'd be glad to reach out, if so directed, to the FCC or to the senator and congressman's office, because this is all being driven at that level, and the city, we have no say. Our rights have been totally trampled on this.
Right. If I could.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Millie.
When 5G first was coming out, I don't remember how many years ago, this is now 5, maybe? 6, I don't know, a while. All I could picture was all the little cell stations going up and down 100. We were just spending money fixing up the downtown, making downtown look a whole lot better. And all I could picture was all these little things. And so we actually did, I don't think it was to the FCC, but we did appeal to somebody. And I'm sorry, I mean, it's...
At the time, I think it was the state. The state was the first to preempt it. The state
Maybe
preempted
it
it
was
before
the
the federal government did.
Thank you, Drew. And of course, we were told what Mr. Whitson just said. Sorry. Yes, there are health effects to it. And there's certainly beautification effects and all kinds of other things. But when you've got lobbyists like you have, you said you've been working at this a while, so you know. But you were asking how our individual feelings were. I am concerned about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Patty Holloway, 2676 South Central. Just to add to what Dan said, the 5G, I don't understand why we cannot just say, no, we don't want it as a community.
Well, you can sue, but...
I mean, there's a woman named Renat Strauhofer. She's from Australia, and she's a telecommunications insider from New South Wales, Australia, who has expansive knowledge and understanding the ramification of radiation on her insight on 5G and how it poses harm to the public. It's not about faster internet. It's every cell phone across the world has been tested on a plastic mannequin named Sam, which is a non-biological test. It only measures thermal effects, has no testing on the brain or anything. It's a fraudulent test. Children absorb twice as much the radiation as an adult. And so when you put these towers, and it's going to be put up every 500 feet, it is going to affect every one of us. And the cell phones have never been tested safely. It's not just the tower, it's the infrastructure of the small cell antennas every 500 feet. And it's going to be like us having a little satellite over our heads everywhere we go. And so it's not safe. It's not about faster internet. And Australia is boycotting 5G phones. So good luck with your health.
Thank you very much. And, you know, we're going to let the city attorney address this also, but, you know, you have a voice as well. And sometimes the legislators and all will listen to you before they listen to us.
And that was actually the point I was going to make to clear up the prior comment on preemption. What preemption means is back when 5G first started to get pushed, when the industry started to push 5G, it started in Florida, at least, it started with the state government. And the state government, they passed a law that says local governments cannot say no to 5G. To answer the direct question, that's what state did. Local governments cannot say no to 5G. Shortly after Florida adopted that, the federal government adopted regulations that say basically the same thing, that states and local governments can't say no to 5G. So to the chair's point, yes, by all means, keep pushing the issue, but if you're just pushing it in front of your local boards, they are almost powerless. Their only power is the same as the public's, and enough voices from the public always matter more than voices coming from elected officials.
Congressman Walz.
And Renner,
Well, he's not a congressman.
well, he still has, you know.
Register with us. We can't give them a fee to install their infrastructure in our right of way.
We have to turn around the permit within so many days, otherwise it's automatically deemed proper.
And some of them are pretty arrogant. They come in and destroy our pipes and everything else, and then we have to try to collect reimbursement. Any other comments? Come up, please.
That was my issue before with the whole right-of-way expansion that, you know, when we were talking about that, you said it wasn't an expansion, but, okay, yeah.
It was not.
I was just looking for technicalities, things, ways to slow them down and stuff like that, you know, with permitting and, yeah, okay.
Thanks for your comments, though. We really appreciate that. Anyone else like to speak?
Hey, Daniel Johnston, Ocean Palm Drive. Just to speak about the thing that you guys put on the table or whatever earlier, but I just wanted to speak on it because I've been here for 5 hours now. The reason me and my wife moved to this town from probably one of the bigger cities in the country is it was turning into a cesspool. I grew up in Atlanta, and it is an absolute dump. It is overrun with people and rules and regulations, and we moved here to be near my wife's parents who were elderly. They lived in St. Augustine. Moved down here after spending a little time in St. Augustine, decided, no, I don't want to live there either. That place is horrible. It is overrun and crowded, and with their beautification and all that garbage, it is a nightmare. Apartments everywhere, just, anyway. Came down here, moved to Flagler Beach, loved it. It's a small town, it's quiet, it's old. I hear from a lot of people it has not changed and forever, and for that reason, I wanted to move here. So to have a law or a rule or anything like that to regulate, like Mr. Cooley said, what brings revenue to half this town is why don't we just tie their hands behind their back? You know, it's just wrong. It's overreaching. It's irresponsible, and it's dangerous. So I appreciate what you said, and a couple of others who are retail owners. Get together with all your other retailers and figure something out. You know, and you guys figure it out. We don't. No offense to any of you people up here, but that's not really what we voted you guys to do. That right there, that's what you need to take care of. We want you to take care of the infrastructure. Make sure things are safe. Make sure that, you know, we have a good place to live. But whether somebody has T-shirts or signs, this is, like you said, this is a beach town. T-shirts, okay, great. That's what the people do. We live outside. You know, I wear flip-flops every day. I don't live inside. I live outside. That's what we do. So it's kind of let them do their thing, you know? Let them do what they need to do, and it'll all work out. Sorry, just...
You're on Palm Drive?
Ocean Palm Drive.
Oh, Ocean Palm, okay.
Yeah, on the golf course. So, anyway, thank you.
Okay, thanks for sitting here for so long. I appreciate that, I really do. Anyone else?
Jeannie Johnston, no relation. 247 Ocean Palm Drive as well. Just a couple quick things. I'm going to say something I never thought I'd hear myself saying is I agree with Eric Cooley on the small business merchandising. It is what it is. But I appreciate and thank you very much for standing up for small businesses. I'm a small business owner, and witnessing that tonight is a little disturbing. You know, it's hard enough for a small business, like the taxes we have to pay, the hours we keep. We are there 10 hours, 12 hours a day. I barely even take a salary. Everything goes back into my business. And for the last 2 years with COVID, it's just about killed anybody who has a small business. And I don't, for the life of me, I can't figure out why anybody would want to pile on top of that. We're the lifeblood of this country. And I hope you guys will keep that in mind moving forward. I'm very thankful that you guys decided to table it, and I hope it stays under the table, because that's where it belongs. And the other quick thing is every other day I walk 3 miles from my house on Ocean Palm Drive down to Snack Jacks. I go past the place where unfortunately that teenage girl was recently killed. And my husband and I were talking about how it would be nice if we could slow down the speed limit through that area, maybe to the very end of the city, or maybe put up a guardrail or better lighting. It's very dangerous. I like to wear headphones, and walking in one direction when you can see the traffic coming is fine, but if you're going the other way, it's a little unsettling because you don't know what's behind you. So just a suggestion. I don't know who I could talk to maybe get that on a future agenda, but you guys have such a great opportunity to do some really cool stuff for a really cool place. And I think as a community, we should consider each other family and maybe try to look at each other as souls in shells. We don't get to pick the shell we're in, and maybe come from a place of respect on all the issues. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And the city manager may want to address the safety aspects of A1A, but we're in the process of doing some things in order to work with the Department of Transportation in order to do that from that end all the way up to the other end. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Where? One more. It's getting late. I don't want to get chewed out tonight, so let's.
And we are breaking our rules.
And we're breaking our rules.
Yeah.
Like we said,
It's got to be quick.
it's a beautiful town.
Okay.
There's an ordinance here, 2105 regarding electric bikes. I mean,
Electric what?
electric bicycles.
Oh, bicycles.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a problem. It's a safety issue that people are going to get hurt. Our sidewalks are not safe. There's an ordinance.
Okay, we know
And
that. So that's
signs and
Okay.
enforcement.
Okay, that's an enforcement issue, and we'll just leave that up to our police.
We don't have any signs.
Okay, well, we'll address that with our police department. More signs. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no more comments, we're going to close it and bring it back for a motion to
adjourn.
Adjourn.
Second.
We stand adjourned. Thanks, everyone, for staying so late. We really appreciate it. They got 10 minutes before 11 o'clock.